Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Oh, one sec. Whoop. I forgot to push the buttons and flip the switches. How's everybody doing? Hiya, Aya. What's going on? We're back on our flipped asteroid. Do I have any idea what the hell we were doing? Absolutely not. It looks like we were on the verge of getting actual power up. Oh, we have actual power up. We have plumbed toilets. We have a water tank. We were talking about getting over to the second planet, possibly. We have 5 dupes. How do we have 5 dupes? Oh. Because we brought on Bubbles. And I do believe Bat redeemed a name. So we gotta name Bubbles the Bat guy. So let's do that first and foremost. The Bat guy. So Bubbles is Bat. Bat is Bubbles. I don't remember what we're doing. It looks like we've got some work queued up though. I think we're working with dealing with temperature problems. We're putting in more food. We're cooking. Copying settings over to here. This has no stuff. Grub fruit preserves. So we're cooking things. I think one of the things about Ani is it's like RimWorld. You gotta have intended goals, right? And my intended goal for this playthrough is to get to a really, really badass food. And I think given our circumstances here, it's likely that we're gonna get into mixed berry pies. There is. So if I'm looking at this map, oh, just before you appeared, the animation and music on the starting screen paused for a bit. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. I think that has to do with the fact that it might have been because my cat tackled my external hard drive and I had one of those like boop 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 moments where disconnected, reconnected. I don't know. That's my best guess. I saw it. I wasn't gonna worry about it too much, but thank you for saying something, Maya. If you see something, say something. It's not really what that's from, but you know. We were concerned with air. That was the deal. We were digging out to all of the algae, and we have more or less ripped out the vast majority of algae, other than some bits down here, right? How much algae do we have? 2.396. Fertilizer. We've got a little algae over here. Temperature is chilly as heck down there, but it's nowhere near our food. So let's priority 6 the building of our mealwood here. We've got a little bit of extra food kicking about. We kind of need to hack into a couple of places to get access to some stuff, but at the same time, and we need mammoths to get... Okay, we got a lot of things we got to get done, and a lot of cold kicking about. Liquid carbon dioxide, because it's negative 50 up here. And that is actually meeting with this here, which is not necessarily good. Yeah. Alright, so we've got environments that are mixing together. Yeah, it's a tack quake of adventure today. We've got environments that are mixing together, which is not the best thing in the world. I see a piece of coal here, so let's tell them to build that. I think what we should do is dig over to this algae and see what's over on this side. Like, legit, just skadoop. That's some algae right there. That's some algae right there. Because we still don't know where most of our geysers and vents are. Ooh, also, we have oxalite over there. Okay, so lots of digging today is what we're up to. We also got some sweetles kicking about. We're going to have to move some of them a little bit here and there. How's our dirt? Got 32.4 tons of dirt. Not the worst thing in the world, but not the best either. We've got pike apples over here. We've got a phlox over here. We've got a couple of mammoths around. It's really just we need ways to deal with the cold. We're dealing with our local... No, we've got oxalate up here as well. Got a carbon skimmer in. Oxygen is becoming very less included, I agree. We do have access to a couple of things here, so not overly worried. I think... Are we researching anything currently? I think we were taking a small break from research while we cooked, but I think we can get back into research. What were we trying to get into becomes the question. We kind of need to get into the stuff necessary for some sort of electrolyzer setup. So let's get the automation going. Maybe get this going. Yeah, let's get this one going because we get the gas pipe element sensor, and that's going to be helpful for what we need to do. We'll set up some automation on that. We do have sulfur kicking about here, so we could theoretically start getting into some domesticated grub fruit if we need to. Also, we've got plume squash over here. I don't think there's anything we can do with the plume squash at the moment. Can we eat plume squash? We can. Alright. Terrible meal. They can't quite reach up there. Why am I walling this? That's fine. Yeah, we don't need to wall in any higher than that. Okay. Other than not knowing what we were doing and what we are doing, I'm actually very stoked about this whole thing. When we started this, I was like, heck yeah, this is freaking cool. We just got to find our way to some sort of stability and sanity. Now, if we were on a larger map with, what's it called? Larger map with all sorts of ice everywhere, we could really, like, consider getting into the Alvia Vera stuff in order to do our oxygen, but I don't think that's very realistic. We do have a lot of water kicking about the map, so we got to get some of that going. I think first and foremost, we try to get the rest of the map exposed at least a little bit. Like, we'll do this dig down here. We'll wall in whatever cold or wall out whatever cold we need to once we've taken a look, because the end of the map is right here. It doesn't mean there's probably not going to be anything in here of note, but at least we can grab a couple of resources and see what's up. We may want to dig up to some of this sleet wheat, so we can use that, because there's definitely some sleet wheat around here. Also, we could start trying to pump some of the water into our main tank, but our main tank is pretty full here, so we don't want to go too far overboard on that. Once they get that done down there, I want to start moving over here. We've also, like, how far into refinement have we gotten? Not far enough. I'd like to get the fire poles so we can get up and down quicker, as well as get into the refineries so we can start getting some refined metals to get ourselves in the right direction. Because I think we need some refined metals. What does an electrolyzer cost? That's ore, right? Yeah, we can make a temporary one out of ore. We won't freak out about that just yet. We've got almost 3 tons of algae. We can support... How much does this put out? 550 grams a second. So this will support 5.5 dupes. We can't get any more dupes till we get a better oxygen setup. So that's got to be something we keep in mind. We could throw a second one down, but if we throw a second one down, we're going to be cooking through our algae a lot quicker. So we've got a carbon skimmer in place, which is good. This is going to be a weird map. We need to get... It's standard issue oxygen not included stuff. We need to get to the point where we have... What's it called? Where we have aqua tuners and steam turbines. We need to be the ability to move around heat and cold, at least to some degree. Also like to get into this thing to see what it is. Do we have a digger? It's Devo that's our digger. Alright, so we have super duper hard digging. We could just crack into that. There's a lot of cold in here. We've got like a frozen side of the base over here, and we've got a warmer side of the base over here. We just need to keep our plants from getting too cold, which is why I'm not trying to go crazy getting into these real cold areas. Plus our dupes don't like being in the cold, so we're going to have to dig over to a few things, see what we can get. Also... let's kind of try and do that. And I kind of want to get at these cracks. Yeah, there's cracks all over the place, and there's algae down here. So... I'd kind of like to go down there like that, grab some of this stuff. We've got dirt down here as well. So I think a lot of strip mining is in order. Actually, can we... let's say we get down into here a little bit, right? Put that in there, and let's try to get ourselves some water consolidation going. Do these have water in them? They do. Okay, cool. I'd like to get a place for our polluted water as well. Now, how do we want to get this water up is the question. I think literally, like... the thing is, with this stage of the game, pretty much everything you put in, you're going to be able to use at some point or another, right? So, like, if we put all that stuff in, they will eventually need it. We won't delete pipes for a long time. At a certain point, we'll get to the stage where every pipe can be like, oh, we put this here, then we delete it because we don't need it anymore. But right now, we're going to be putting stuff in, and it's like, we won't delete this center pipe or any of this nonsense unless it specifically gets in the way. So we're going to get that stuff built. As per usual, I'm a slow player. We're going to try and preserve this biome for a while. This biome is completely enclosed by abyssalite, I believe. Yeah, the abyssalite goes right over the neutronium. It gets a little thin there, but it still exists. Wraps up, wraps around. So this is a completely contained biome. So we're going to contain this, and likely we're going to end up using this as our main... cold area. Once we have the ability to make sure that it stays cold, we'll do something like maybe in this little nook here we'll slap in a steam turbine aqua tuner setup and keep this place chilled down. We'll grow sleet wheat, we'll grow alvea vera, we'll grow whatever we need to keep this place cold. Like I said, the biggest problem is we don't have water sources on this planet. We've got some cool stuff on this planet, including I actually think there's a use for our liquid sulfur vent in this one. Speaking of which, what are the temperature for state changes on sulfur? Temperature under 115.2 C, it turns to sulfur, solid sulfur. So, yeah, basically the liquid sulfur is just going to come out and immediately get turned into regular sulfur. It'll be hot as balls, but we've got plenty of chill. So we're going to have to come up with a way of taming the sulfur geyser so that we get... Why are we using granite on the friggin' pipes? Cancel everything. Cancel everything. Let's redraw that. I want to use sandstone. I don't know why we're using... Or igneous. Yeah, let's just use igneous. Granite has the most beauty. Second by sandstone. And then igneous has no beauty at all. So that's... we want to be using igneous rock for most of our non-aesthetic stuff. We want to be using igneous rock for. We've got a lot of junk down here. I think we, at a low priority, sweep up this stuff at a 4 priority. We've got a couple of storage bins here. Well, we've got a storage bin here. Let's slap down a couple of more. Give our cleaner something to do, because even though they've got to climb up and down through this sopping wet water, I'd like to get this stuff the hell out of here. Like, slowly but surely get that stuff out of there. We've got polluted water kicking about from the sinks and stuff that we had over here before. Yeah, our biggest problem really is gonna be water. Because what's gonna happen is we're gonna have to start using this tank to bump water up to an electrolyzer. And normally I wouldn't put an electrolyzer right next to our crops, but on some real shit, we're going to have cold to fight with over here. So the electrolyzer might be good over there, just because, you know, it's going to create a lot of heat. So, hey Tom, how you doing? What's the good word? How goes it in your neck of the woods? Wait, right. We brought on Bubbles to do more building. Does anybody have skill points? So Devo is primarily a digger with building on the side. Tom is our rancher farmer who also does carrying and sometimes helps with building. The bat guy is a dedicated builder. Oh, wait, we already made the bat guy. This is Bubbles. Shit. I didn't realize we had already given bat one, so I'm screwing up already. You are not supposed to be the bat. We already have the bat. So this is back to Bubbles in case somebody else wants to name them. Cold words, Nether. Cold word. Well, I mean cold words for a cold map, right? I really can't wait till we can make use of this this magma up here. It's gonna be fun. Now, the one thing so far that's a little for me is I want to use this as a cold preserve. But this is a really nice spot for a magma drop as well, so I can't wait to see what we've got over here. We're going to want to crack into this area over here sooner rather than later. I mean, that's pretty much... We're pretty much doing exploratory digging and water consolidation to start today. We have theoretically 3 vents or geysers. I remember for sure one of them is sulfur. So we've got natural gas, infectious polluted oxygen, liquid sulfur, and hydrogen. So our best bet on this map as far as air is concerned is to tame this infectious polluted oxygen. If we can get a whole bunch of bristle blossoms everywhere so that we have floral scents, Devo brought this up, we could probably overwrite the infectious polluted oxygen stuff with floral vents, and we could use this to farm clay and make air. So I'd like to get at that vent, if we can get at that vent, because that's going to tell us how much oxygen we can make from that vent. If that vent can make enough oxygen to support like 8 dupes, then we don't have to get too into the electrolyzer stuff. All we got to do is come up with a taming way for that. We'll probably end up having to use an electrolyzer temporarily, but we'll see. We'll see how all of this works. We've got some power going. Let's speed this up just a touch. I don't want to go too slow, but I do like going slow in general. So we're also trying to get to the point where we can get ourselves steam turbines, which is going to require data disk. And we've got data banks on here as well. Just from like... I'm pretty sure if we inspect everything on the map, we should be able to get enough data disks to unlock steam turbines. The little volcano-shaped abyssalite at the top is adorable. Right? This right here? Yeah, that's pretty adorable. I'll agree with you there. All right, we're up to 4 tons of algae. I want to get this algae, but with that sand there, it's possible this stuff will go all wonky. So let's let them do a few things. I'm also going to dig at all these cracks, because all these cracks are potential goodies that we might be able to get. Like, that's another mealwood seed. I don't really care about that too much. There's some muckroot there. We're saving our muckroot. I got to remember that we have 23,000 muckroot. That's going to feed our first... Ooh, a hatch. So we've been moving our hatches up here. Yeah, usually you have enough for 2 to 3 techs. A game developer. Yeah. Dark, how you doing? Welcome on in. What's the good word? I like that badge. That's freaking sweet. Oh, yeah, that is sweet. I like that. Peter Griffin for it. My God. I can't do a Peter Griffin voice. Yeah. So I figure if we could get into steam turbines, we can kind of start shifting temperature around, which is going to be important. Being that space is blocked by the magma, they usually give you a spot you can get up, which might have been right here, but it looks like we might be able to go up right here. Because technically this and this will insulate against it, right? No, that's pretty goddamn hot there. Alright, so we don't know how we're going to get through the magma, but for now. Isn't Steam 3rd tier not take the databanks? Oh, right. Right, it takes rad research. I think you're right. We took a little break, Dark. I've been playing Satisfactory instead of Oxygen Not Included since it released, so that's right. It does take radiation. Okay, so that's not nearly as hard as the databanks. The databanks, I forget what I like to grab first with the databanks, but I guess we don't worry about that just yet. Should probably get into critter ranching. We can't take on another dupe until we have a better way to do oxygen, but we might as well take a look, right? Not thrilled with any of them anyway. If we see a god dupe, we'll pick them up and throw down another algae thing, and then start focusing down on getting an electrolyzer thrown up here. It's just since we don't have a permanent water source, we're limited by the pockets of water and the ice that we can melt to get water so that we can maintain our electrolyzer until we can stabilize our oxygen. There are a couple of good important ones with databanks, though. There are. You're absolutely right. I think one of the ones I go into often is the solid management with the first set of databanks, so that you can get the conveyor rail thermosensor, which is very helpful for putting debris into a steam room and like cycling it until you get enough heat out of it and then sending it off to be used for other stuff. Quite often, I think that's the first one I go into for the databanks. Another option would be to go into the nuclear power one so that we can get ourselves a nuclear reactor going. Those are two really good ones to throw databanks at. Everything down here is a little less interesting for databanks. Never used multiplexing for anything. I've seen a few videos on how to use multiplexing, but I'm doing another adaptation run for RimWorld. I did crash landed last time. I might do adaptation with an anomaly theme to it. Nice, nice. That custom race you put up was pretty crazy. Everybody likes having lots of lovin' and is very happy and are very addicted to drugs. Okay. So, the reason it says flipped cozy is because I think the cozy colony we did was probably my favorite colony. It was the one we did right before the Frosty DLC came out, and we just kind of took our time, played slow and steady, and just took on projects that were enjoyable and fun. We weren't trying to like rush to a monument or do anything crazy. We were just trying to enjoy ourselves a little bit. Okay. We obviously need a couple of random tiles places because they keep stepping down onto the door here. So let's put airflow tiles here and here so they stop doing dumb shit with their pathing and slowing themselves down. It's not a race I actually play. I was just messing around. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It's a cool idea. Bubbles. Alright, we'll try to go on to a little bit. I'm a little too sleepy to hit the 3 button. There's Nightbot doing my job for me. If you guys want to come check out all the VODs from all of my previous Ani playthroughs, as well as my RimWorld playthroughs, those are all up on the YouTube, along with some of my produced content, clips from stream, and other random little bits and pieces, some Magic the Gathering games and stuff and such. If you guys want to check out the Discord, we share seeds and talk about games and have a good time. We got spots for cute animals and good food pictures, all that kind of stuff. Research complete. Should probably get a few. Okay, let's just take a second here. Hydro sensors are great. I'd like to grab the Aqua Tuner one, but let's see if there's anything else. If we're going to get into making a SPOM, we should probably snag the Atmos sensors next. Yeah, because the gas shut-off Atmos sensor... Yeah, let's grab that stuff right there. That's a helpful one for automating what we want to automate. Because the gas shut-off, we can do a low-powered filtration system to separate out our oxygen and hydrogen. We might very well use up here as kind of a hydrogen hood. It's a little off-center, but if we chop out some stuff in here, we could probably just stick a pump up here, and as the hydrogen gradually filters up there, we can pump it somewhere for, for fun and profit. Right? Because it's a nice natural little hood, and we're not going to be cracking through this abyssalite anytime soon, so it'll be out of the way. It's likely what we're going to do up there, but like I said, first and foremost today, a little bit more exploratory digging. Kind of want to come over here. What is this? Sweetle eggs. Okay, so... let's get that dug out so we can get up to these grub fruits. Cat, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome on in. How's your day going? What's the good word? We're continuing our shenanigans and nonsense. Dig those out. We do have a lot of materials on here, so I'm pretty stoked about that. Like I said, I just got to remember that our researcher is our cook currently, so... Alright, we've got water, we're draining this out. We're just going to keep trying to consolidate water a little at a time here, get the map a little bit cleaned up. I'd like to get into automated auto-drop. I want to get into auto-droppers so that we can get ourselves... Ooh, I see Cinnabar over here. This might be another cold preserve we can make. We didn't do a nature preserve this time around, or nature reserve this time around. Not necessarily regretting it. We'll eventually get pips, and we'll, create one. We'll create one synthetically. Oh God, good stretch today. Good stretch. Hey Blue, welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, and if anybody has ideas or suggestions or like fun things we could do while we're doing this playthrough, feel free throw them on out there. I'm always always interested to see what everybody has to say. Doing good? Hell yeah. Where the heckaroonie is all of our nonsense? Nonsense being vents and geysers. Alright, so I'm trying to get us access to all of the free food around the map. Because, you know, free food is good. But this is all on sand, so if we dig anything out under here, it's going to get a little dodgy. So let's try to also just kind of ladder down here. What do we got over here? We've got igneous and sandstone, so we could use sandstone. Let's come down through here, and then... Nope, not home. And then let's chop over. Let's kind of, like, make our way through here. We've got some grub fruits over here, so we can get those as well. Let's do, like, right through there. That leaves us some solid stuff. I know this is kind of a roundabout way to get to stuff, but it is a way to get to stuff. We could domesticate some spindly grub fruit, because we've got some naturally occurring sulfur on the map, but for now, let's not get too crazy into that. My hope is that this is our natural gas geyser, messing with create mod Minecraft stuff. I've thought about getting into that, being that I like Minecraft and I like factory games, but I'm so, like... Mods are usually so unstable. I finally found a mod that does exactly what I want, coming from the vertical slab debate. All I want is... eighth block to use as detail. Well, there's a mod that lets me place copycat blocks, which can be textured to anything, as well as having eighth blocks, so they can all combine together. Heck yeah. I forget what it's called. Is it the, I want to say it's called, like, the chip mod, like, or something like that. Like the... God, I don't even know what it's called. Let's also get over to any cracked blocks, not chipped. You gotta love when they have, like, little drool coming out of their mouth because they're hungry. Yeah, it's the one that allows you to put, like, basically single pixel things. For, like, extreme detail. I don't want to chip away at a 16 by 16 block. Right. I don't actually know how it works, so, you know, you've probably got a better understanding of that than me. I want to do this. Let's move some of this oxalate over here. Alright, here's another one of our vents, right? Yeah, okay, so that's good. So we can get over to that. I think we'll plan on that. Doing that. I was gonna say, my hope is this is the natural gas geyser, so that we could put a kitchen in over here, like a proper kitchen, and use the natural gas in the gas range. When we get there, of course. That's a little ways off. And by a little ways, I mean quite a long ways off. With the extra cold biomes in here, this is going to be a bit of a weird map to conquer. Schedules. Alright, everybody's got their own schedule, so that's good. The ice is melting. We're going to wind up with a good amount of polluted ice just kind of over here, or polluted water over here from the melted ice. I want to try not to dig too much of the ice out. I want to melt it rather than I want digging it, because with digging it, Digging the ice removes half of the mass, and if we would the relative temp on the overlay help? This time I think not, because we're not trying to keep anything specifically cold. We want to keep these green at the normal greenness. So yeah, we might want to actually get something in to help heat this area up a little bit. I'll worry about it in a little bit. The reason I liked using the relative heat index on the Frosty map is because we needed our plants to be kept at a certain temperature. So we basically set it at the temperature that would help the plants. It's like, okay, so we need the plants to be at XYZ temperature, right? So we set our relative temperature midpoint at the temperature that was good for the plants. The good point for the plants here is the default temperature overlay. So that's why I'm not switching over to the relative one. The good thing about all this cold is that we are going to start getting into some industry stuff soon-ish. I'm focusing on the stuff that's going to help us with oxygen generation, but next on the agenda is to get the stuff researched for industry. Hey, Killer, how you doing? Thank you for lurking. Do a quick shout-out for Killer Jam 25, because Killer's awesome. My best short currently on YouTube is the one where Killer and I were playing Magic the Gathering, and he smashed me with Ulamog. Grubfruit seed. Okay, cool. Is there... Oh, there's too much liquid. I'm actually going to cancel that dig then. We'll just dig like that instead. Trying not to let the liquid get in our way too much. I'm going to try and dig out some of this abyssalite here, because the cold is kind of winning the fight over here a little bit, so I want to crack open just a little bit more of the hot biome here, let a little bit more of this heat in. Normally we're trying to stay away from heat, but we've basically created this little gradient right there where the hot biomes and the cold biomes are mixing to give us the temperature to keep our plants going, so we'll stick with that for now. And I think on this current research, when it's done, we'll let our cook get back to work, because we've got 400 grub fruit. You know what? If we dig sucrose, you can make the grub fruit preserves as well. Get a little bit of that dug out. Idalia seeds. I don't even know much about these. Idalia flowers are a rare species of everblooms that thrive with very little care, making them a personal favorite among newbie gardeners. Their springy blossoms can be bopped gently for sensory entertainment, but hands should be washed immediately as the petal residue can permanently stain most textiles. -70 to 5 degrees. So, okay, so, atmosphere, air pressure. So they can live pretty much anywhere, and they're good down to -70. So if we get to the point where it's too cold over here for the bluff briar, we could throw in an Idalia. Good to know. Oh, and we were going to open this place up a little bit so we could make larger space for our haul. Although, like I said, getting... it's going to take a while to drain this out, but that's okay. We should also dig that stuff so the water slides to where it needs to go. Getting over to our second planet would be nice, although it's going to require a lot of my brain power, so let's not do that right away. Alright, we got the thermoregulator, temperature sensor, gas. Alright, we've got some of the stuff we need to get our oxygen under control. Can we mop this at all? We can now. I didn't set up a plumbing thing. Let's go with the bottle emptier over here. We want to be able to drop some stuff in. We're putting ice in here, just because when it melts, it'll drop into our water supply, rather than flooding the shit out of some stuff. You're not getting enough illumination. Oh, I know why. Yep, that was me being an idiot. Just gonna do that. Let's priority 6 the building of those things. Okay, so priority-wise, we have it go to the toilets first. So I know this looks convoluted. It comes out of the output and goes down. It hits this and gets brought back up to here, and then if it's full up here, it goes down, sees this thing, pushes it over here to the carbon skimmer, which then rotates back up and bridges onto this line. And if that line is full, it overflows into the bristle blossoms. So we don't have thimbleweed, because a lot of people overflow to thimbleweed, and I'm also one of those people, but we don't have thimbleweed, so we're overflowing the clean water to the bristle blossom instead of overflowing the dirty water to the thimbleweed. We're going to set this to water and sweep only. That way we don't accidentally put a bunch of germy water in there. Not that it matters, because we've got the water cooler disabled. It still provides the room bonus, and I don't really care about the entertainment from it. Let's hit submit bioscan on there. High priority. Let's get that door open. Alright, Bubbles brought over the oxalite, so people over here can kind of breathe. There's another one of our geysers over here. Man, there is a lot of cold on this map. But that's the thing. The reason I wasn't... Okay, what do we got? Oh, so you don't overflow... You don't overflow nice. I've always just banked it, but makes sense so you don't have to go back. Yeah. Yeah, I do... I like to do overflow. We could bank it, but... I mean, in theory, it might be a good idea to bank some of the polluted water so we can use it in a loop later, but I think we've got enough polluted water kicking about the map. Like, we've got pockets of little polluted water here, here, here. We've got polluted ice that's melting, We should be okay. Alright, I guess let's see what colony achievements we've earned. Cool. All pretty basic stuff. So, here's one, here's another, here's another. We're looking for our 4th one. And I don't see it over here, so it's got to be up in that upper left-hand corner as well. Like, it's got to be somewhere in here or somewhere up here. Oh, liquid sulfur is inside the magma. There it is. Of course it is. Like, why would it be in a convenient location to help me? It wouldn't. That's why. Also, we might as well dig up to this oxalite up here. Okay, so liquid sulfur is off the menu until we can manipulate the liquid here. As much as I'd like to use this as a cold preserve, we might have to flip-flop that, because with this geyser here, this geyser here, the sulfur there, this is going to be a difficult side of the map to do a magma drop on. So we're probably going to have to do the magma drop on this side. The idea being that we can set up kind of a steam room. You could set up, like, you know, 3, 4, 5 steam turbines, have a drop that's very similar, if not exactly the same, as a petroleum boiler drop with the robo miners. Have that inject heat across using temperature shift plates, and basically just kind of on-demand heat the steam for power. All right. I gotta go a little faster. I tend to like to play on a 1 so that I can hang out and talk with everybody, but we gotta get some stuff sorted out here. Looks like all of our stuff is cooked at the moment. So let's... What do we want to get into? I want the element sensors. That'll be helpful as well. So we're basically just trying to dig to the resources that are helpful for us. All right, so what do we got over here? Doesn't look like... Alright, so that's our natural gas geyser. Natural gas geyser there. Sulfur geyser up here. So, one of these is infectious polluted oxygen. The other one is... I keep forgetting what the fourth one is. Hydrogen. Now, I've done stuff where I've just broken into a hydrogen vent and allowed the heat into my base on really cold maps, and then captured the hydrogen as it got up higher. We don't necessarily have to do that, but I do want to see what this is, though. So we gotta... Let's do one of those. Get a look at what that is. And I'd like to get over to this one, but we'd have to cross the cold biome, so I think we see what this one is before we go over there. At this rate, since this isn't going to be the natural gas geyser, I'm kind of hoping it's the infectious polluted oxygen vent, because we can make good use of that if we can study it. We've got a lot of sand on this map, so setting up a way so that we can turn the infectious polluted oxygen into clean oxygen and clay would be very cool. Cheers, everybody. I'm also very happy with the way our RimWorld playthrough is going. It's coming together quite nicely, although we really need to get something other than bows. On the radical side, we've got anti-entropy thermal nullifiers coming out the wazoo over here. We've got 3 of them. One here, one here, one here. I haven't done a lot of flipped asteroid builds before, so I have a curiosity in my mind of like, what is it? Is it something that always happens? Because the last time I was on a flipped asteroid was a long time ago, and it also had 3 anti-entropy thermal nullifiers. I'm curious if that's just kind of something that is part of the map as like a, you know, forced trait of the map type of thing. Warm coat. Oh, we've got 2 warm coats over here. I think I want Devo and Bubbles to wear those. Screw it. Devo, go and get that coat. Someone else can put this on. Julie can put on that. And then Bubbles can grab the other warm coat, because they're out doing stuff, right? They're out and about more than anybody else, so that's helpful right there. Cozy time. We've got another locker we can rummage through over here. Given that there's the possibility of warm coats, I say we go and get at that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of strip mining maps. We're going to leave only the tiles we need to leave to manipulate cold and heat, or to keep wild food alive. Wild food is a big thing in my life. All right, so hydrogen vent. Jesus, okay. I mean, there's power. There's a pretty good passive hydrogen vent tamer where you basically just strap a self-cooling steam turbine on top of it, run the steam turbine on the hot side. Noob, how you doing? Welcome in, first-time chatter. How are you? Yeah, Aya's got me on the beard stroke moment. We're on day 2 of our flipped asteroid. We're not doing any type of crazy challenges. Whenever we play a playthrough like this, we like to call it a cozy playthrough. You know, just more about drinking tea, having a good time with friends, and making some cool contraptions. Doing pretty good. A little tired today, but doing pretty good otherwise. Ah, delicious. Again, if we don't see like any type of crazy badass dupe in here, we're gonna just prolong staying at 5 people for a while. Bottomless stomach. Oh, Ellie is such a good dog's body dupe. Do we have... Who's doing all of our hauling and stuff? Bat is kind of good at that. That's basically their job. I don't know that we need 2 in that vein, though. Oh, she is so good at that, though. Okay, so what does she have again? She's got... supplying and tidying, and she's uncultured, which is really nice. Bats, on the other hand, only has tidying, doesn't have supplying, but they have suit sustainability. Oof. I used to play with my beard too, subconsciously, ended up getting rid of it. Yeah, it's, I've had it for a very, very, very long time, so probably not going to be ditching it anytime soon, but... instead, I just made an emote. Anytime something becomes a consistent thing on stream, we just make an emote for it. Like the loud cars in the background. If you guys hear loud cars, we have a vroom vroom emote. Lulu, what's up? I feel like I haven't been here in forever. Glad to be back. Welcome back. I've taken like a break from Ani for a little while. I was not sure what I wanted to do, and Satisfactory 1.0 came out, so I was getting at that pretty hard. What's our science at on Julie Pixels over here? 9. Let's just... You know what? Everybody can benefit from improved carry. Because they got to bring water and such. So, and then Bat over here. That's their job, is carrying. So let's get them into that. I don't know. This is a hard choice. This is a really hard choice. Like, I'm tempted to take Ellie, but we don't really need her right now. I have been trying to make use of flatulent dupes. They are not as easy as I hoped. No, you have to set up some sort of filtration system. Like, basically, where... I forget... I know natural gas is heavier than oxygen. I think it's lighter than carbon dioxide, but I can't remember. You basically have to set up some sort of gas pump that then filters that into some sort of power supply. Yes, we started a new save. We were playing a couple of Frosty Planet saves for a while, and really couldn't sink my teeth into it. I like the new content they added, but I like it in context as an augment to the existing content, as opposed to, like, taking center stage. So we did, like, 3 different starts, wasn't feeling any of them, took a little break, now we're back, we're playing a flipped Asteroid, but we've used the biome blender to make sure that we have access to all of the different biomes from the Frosty Planet throughout our galaxy. As such, we've got a pretty cold map that we're dealing with, but we're getting there. I like the look of Bunny Mammoth. Oh yeah, they're awesome. I can't justify it. I can't. We already took somebody on. I'm going to take the calories, even though I really like this dupe. Fuck. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Alright, damn it, Ellie. Okay, I'm going to take the dupe. I'm going to take the dupe. Because you're not always guaranteed dupes. We do have to increase the amount of air we're going to put out, though. So... so we're going to grab this, we're going to build a copy of that, we're going to put that down here and build it at a 9, and then we're going to start getting focused on putting an electrolyzer up, because without an electrolyzer, we're going to be hosed. The question then comes into play, where do we want to put that SOB? La Gasp. Right? Do the levels on the dupes make a huge difference? Levels. Do you mean, like, their skill points, or do you mean, like, their passions traits make a huge difference? Because normally the price on these tiers is 1, 2, and 3 morale. If you've got a heart, it reduces it by 1. So improved carry isn't going to cost us any morale, because we get a point of morale and we lose a point of morale. Improved carry 2 is only going to cost us 1 morale instead of 2. Same thing with all of this stuff down here. So, more or less, you want to make sure that you're getting people... Like, the reason I wanted to get Ellie here is because carrying and tidying tend to be something that you have a dupe do. So we're going to be able to get carrying and tidying. The only way I think she could be better is if she had suit wearing or an exosuit training, because then we could, like, get her moving quick with the athletics and the suits. But we're not at suits yet. So on their starting traits, they're helpful, but something to remember is you can always increase skill over time. Like, she starts with an 8, and skills cap out at a 20. So she's going to get to skill cap a lot sooner because she is already starting at an 8. But what they can't get is more passions. Traits? It's passions and Rimworld. Traits, or interests, sorry. They can't get more interests. You can never get a heart somewhere there's no heart. So that's why I tend to look... When I saw her, I was like... And then she gets increased decor morale, which... when you have a low decor setup, it can be helpful because they're going to get more, and even when you get later game, they're just going to get more morale from it. And the reason I'm doing 3 downtimes is because we've got kind of long commutes, so they need time to get back home. Plus, with the chilly surroundings in a lot of spots, they're moving kind of slowly. So But yeah, I'd say the interests are more important than the bonus to skills, personally. But we're about to start burning a lot more... About to start burning a lot more algae a lot faster. So I think we need to get ourselves some sort of basic nonsense. So we're shifting gears here. What we want... We're going to want a pipe that's going to come all the way up. I think this is going to be a good spot for us, for it. So, oxygen, electrolyzer. We'll dig out some to the side. We'll put that there. Bring that over. We'll let this play. Bring that up to there. So even if you get +1 on multiple traits, it's better for the passions over plus on single traits. Yes, that's how I look at it. It does slow you down a little bit early on, in the sense that, like, it's the lower their skills at something, the slower they do it, but they can always build that over time. So unless you're playing on, like, I would say if you're playing on, like, a super extreme map where if you don't move fast you're gonna die, maybe it's a little bit more important, but in general I find it to be more important to have interests as opposed to increased skills. Okay, so that can go there. We'll jump that over there. We're going to deconstruct that and put a new one in there. And bring that up there. Do hats really do anything? I've never noticed a difference while I was playing. No, but they're adorable. You know, we got to put them on for the adorable factor, right? Well, maybe they do. I don't know. They seem to be happy about them. Cozy hats, absolutely. Okay. Next up. Like, I'm going to try and queue up a bunch of work here, because we now officially have to get a lot of shit done. Do you know what's the max traits a dupe can have? I assume 3 in the bonus skill after the negatives. Yeah, it's 3 for the max number of traits. I'm sure there's mods that increase it if you wanted to do something crazy. But vanilla status, I do believe 3 is the max. What is this set at? That's set at an 8. One thing that I should be doing that I'm not doing is putting the new duplicants into a gym. Do I want to do that? Do I really want to do that? Not really. And let's get that buttoned up before we do the other stuff. Let's try and keep that cold out as much as possible. So one thing that's good to do, because new dupes come with low athletics, which means it takes them a long time to get around the map. So a lot of times what we'll do is you basically, like, you put down doors and you set it so that only the dupe that you want in there can go in there. Like, only the new dupe can go in. And then you go into priorities and set their priority to double uptick in operating and nothing else upticked. Then in there, what you do is you put a wheel and you attach it to a light. Only the wheel is only attached to the light. And then you put the wheel up to a 9 priority. And what'll happen is the new dupe will wake up in the morning and they'll go, oh man, my job is to operate. Okay, so what's the highest level operating task on the map? Oh, running on that wheel. And since they're the only one allowed in there, it'll always be available. If you've got 2, have 2 wheels. If you've got 3, have 3 wheels. I would say it's a good idea to put down like 3 to 5 wheels if you've got a larger colony or planning on having a larger colony. We're going to try and stay reasonably low pop. So they'll wake up, they'll say, oh, operating task. I'm going to go run on that wheel. And that'll increase their athletics. So you basically have them run in there until their athletics is as high as you want to get it. I think a pretty standard thing is to have them run until they're at least a 10 or 10, somewhere between 10 and 15 in athletics. That way they can start running around the map. I've had playthroughs where I have had dupes from day 1 who don't have nearly as high athletics as the ones I hired like several dozen or even several hundred cycles later, where I had them run in the gym until they capped out their athletics before they joined the crew. Also, for anybody who's coming in, we are playing with a handful of quality of life mods. We're playing with better info tiles. So if we scroll in here, you'll see that the info things, when they get to the bottom of the screen, start stacking right instead of going off the bottom of the screen. I think that should really be a part of vanilla, but it's a very common mod. We're also using the True Tiles mod, which is why these tiles look different than your standard issue tiles. It gives like texture and color to stuff. You can tell what materials things are made out of at a glance. You know this is made out of copper because of the color and the shape of the mesh. You know this is sandstone because it's brown. Same thing with the insulated tiles. I like that mod a lot. We're also using sweep by type. So if we go to sweep, we can sweep things up and say, I want this, I don't want that, I want this, I don't want that. And that can be very helpful. But yeah, I'm going to forego setting up a gym because we're on a pretty small map. So Ellie over here should get pretty decent athletics. But yeah, we're going to be burning through a lot of algae, so we need to get this electrolyzer set up. In fact, we're going to set this to a priority 6 on all of this for now. I want them to prioritize that over other activities. Food-wise. What good is sweeping aside from storage for items that spoil? Decor. So if you look at the decor overlay, the nicer the decor, which is green, they get a bonus for good decor, and debris creates negative decor. You see how ugly it is here because of the debris and the industrial machine, and how ugly it is here because of the batteries and the debris. So it becomes a big late game thing to do decor bombing, where like, okay, we're stabilized, we have all the food, all the water, everything, you know, everything is stabilized. Bathrooms are stabilized, food is stabilized, air is stabilized. You know, we've got our industry going and everything. What's a fun project to work on? Well, just spam statues and paintings and everything everywhere, and that'll get you a mood increase from having badass decor. The other reason to sweep stuff is if you want to have easier access to it. I'm sweeping everything on the bottom of here at a low priority. So if they have nothing else to do, they'll come down here and they'll grab all this junk. And the reason is, you see how slow they are going up the ladder? Because they're cold and they're soggy. Because of that, it takes them forever to get down here. So I would rather our haulers, in their spare time, go down there and haul that stuff than one of our builders being like, oh, I need a buildable material down here, and then they come down here, it takes them forever, they grab a piece of it, they go over, and they build one thing that day because they took so much time to grab it. Whereas if our 2 haulers every once in a while go down here when they have nothing else to do, it'll gradually get moved up. You can also do things like, let's say we want to do a build over here, and we need copper. Well, there's no copper over here. But there's copper like over here and over here. So if you want to do a project that needs a specific material, you can sweep all that material into boxes over here and then start the project so they're using local materials. I'd love to see a mod or something that allowed dupes to swim in water without the need of water and have a scuba suit. Oh, that'd be cool. Now, usually I say it probably exists already when people ask about mods or talk about mods, but I don't think I've ever heard of or seen something like that. If Sergeant comes in, we could suggest that to Sergeant. Sergeant does mods and comes in sometimes when we're playing Oxygen Not Included. Do we need to plant more plants? How many do we have? We have 10, 18, 19, 20, 25. So 5 times 5 is 25. That should be enough for 5 dupes. We've got 6 now. I'll put down another 5 of these. But I'm not going to get too crazy about it. We have wild food. The wild food grows substantially slower, so without a ladder. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like they just hop in and start like swimming around. I think that's a cool idea. Okay, I think we snip this out for now. This is going to start overflowing, and we could just start pumping this water right into the electrolyzer up here in a second. Okay, and then we're going to have to do a bunch of other shit, so... Oh, excuse me. Plug that in. Okay, so... We're also going to want to get just a little bit more refined material. How much copper do we have? 165. We're going to need a bit more. I don't want to lose mass, but we don't have a refinery up yet. Because what I want to do is... Do we have hydrogen generators yet? I don't think we do. Right there. We're going to want to get hydrogen generators soon. Let's let our researcher do some cooking. In fact, let's higher priority build the food. The water isn't connecting with the walls. Is that normal? Like this? With airflow tiles, yes. So water won't touch the walls when they're airflow tiles. We're using airflow tiles here because they can't get pressure damage. If we had built this out of normal tiles, down here, the pressure of this much water would have cracked the tiles and broken out. Airflow tiles, that can't happen to. Same thing with airlocks. Airlocks can't get pressure damage. Morons. Now. Please don't die. Idiots. Oh, let me build myself into the wrong side of things. Yeah, there is pressure damage. What are you doing? Building a farm tile. Great. I mean, honestly, that stuff's probably going to freeze soon enough, so we're not going to worry about it too much, but that was the first real close call we've had. Bubbles is now Thriller? Alright. Thriller. It's a Michael Jackson song, isn't it? What if you just have a locked door there? I think they there for the resources. Manual airlocks. Doors allow liquids through, like normal locked doors, like a pneumatic door, that allows liquid to pass through it. But if you use something like a manual airlock or a mechanized airlock, like manual airlock or mechanized airlock, they don't allow pressure damage either. So you can use a manual airlock in place of it and just lock it. I like airflow tiles, though, because they allow the air to go through. So this actually is helping with our airflow up and down here, because as far as gases are concerned, this might as well be an empty tile. And we've got our carbon skimmer down here. So instead of, if we made all these airlocks, air wouldn't be able to flow, and we'd only have a 3-wide space for gases to pass by each other, so... So that's why I use airflow tiles. There are different situations where I use different stuff, so... Going good! How's it going with you? How was singing classes? We took on another dupe, even though I said I wasn't going to, because she's good. And now we're trying to get an electrolyzer up, because we're going to burn through our algae just a little too fast with 6 dupes. Cheers, everybody. T-Lock now following. I got some tea. How you doing, T-Lock? Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. All the support is really appreciated. As of November 27th, I will have been streaming full-time for 2 years. I'm doing my very best to be a good streamer and make this my main gig. It takes a lot of work to be here every day, all day long, and put up all the YouTube content and everything, but I'm trying my hardest. I'll do the good streamer thing and share my YouTube as well, and our Discord if anybody wants to come join us. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube currently. I think we're 154 away as of this morning. So that's pretty cool. I'm very happy about that. And so if anybody wants to come and show some support, that's a way to help. That's the next YouTube monetization goal. At the moment, I can get monetized for super likes and I don't even know what else. Basically, there's like one tier. You get the first tier of monetization, and it's basically like, hey, those things that nobody ever does, you can get paid for those. But the next tier, which is what we're trying to get to, is where I get a piece of the advertising revenue, which you guys get stuck watching anyway, unless you've got an ad blocker, which I use an ad blocker, so wouldn't blame me if you do. Okay. All right, let's start getting some air from other things going here. All right, our cook's cooking. Those guys are doing their thing. Let's get that built first and foremost. Oh, thank you for the follow, noob. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Everybody's been so supportive of me doing this, so follows, likes, subs, all that stuff really does help. I know it's a crazy, cheesy thing, but they do. Temperature-wise, what do we got kicking about here? I want access to some of this sleet wheat. Probably gonna regret it, but let's... Oh, there is sand there. That will drop that liquid. Yeah, let's not deal with it right now. Alright, let's get this dug out sooner rather than later. I'm going to disable that building and disable this building, and if our oxygen gets a little too dicey... I stream Ani on Tuesdays and Thursdays. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I stream RimWorld. Every once in a while, when we finish a playthrough, we swap out another game just to take a little break. Saturdays, I also stream. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Saturdays has been our wild card day, where we just play a little bit of anything. We might play Ani. Right now, we're playing Satisfactory on Saturdays. When we were taking a break from Ani, we were doing Satisfactory Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. But I wanted to get back into Ani. I missed it. It's something we've been playing a lot of. I've got like something like 1,600 hours in this game, so it's a good game. Okay, so now we have to start working on the actual airflow of all of this nonsense. This grub fruit might have to go. Nice, I will be there sometimes you stream, Ani. For sure, for sure. Noon to 6, Monday through Saturday, Pacific Standard Time. So for reference, it's about 1:30 in the afternoon for me right now. So I started about an hour and a half ago. And Ani is definitely going to be Tuesdays and Thursdays for the foreseeable future. And I've, you know, I know more than some, less than others. I try to enjoy the game, have some fun. Oh, we don't have a table for our new dupe. Let's get that built first. We need airflow 2, 3, 4, so let's... We'll do alternating blocks up here for now, just so they don't build themselves into some stupid situation. I like to make the priorities on building the ladders higher than the priorities of digging. It makes it a lot less likely that they get themselves trapped that way. But we're going to try and get all this dug out because we need airflow. Basically, our goal is to get the hydrogen to float up here. Some of it's going to float up here too, but nothing we can do to avoid that. We'll deal with it. Research complete. How is our food coming along? Flipped asteroid. Lava is above, not under. Yeah, the flipped asteroid is flipped, so we've got lava on top. Makes it a little more difficult to get to space, but also provides us with interesting opportunities, because rather than having to dig a lava spike into the bottom to make geothermal power, we can actually make a vacuum chamber underneath and use the natural gravity to drop it. I've done a lot of... How does priorities work? I have had cases where I have higher priorities and the dupes are working on level 1 priorities. Almost lost dupes like that. So there's 2 priorities. The priority menu here is very important. So let's say you have someone double upticked in building, highest priority. Ignore the other ones. Let's say that everything is flat and they're double upticked in building, or even single upticked in building. They will always build before they do other stuff. So you could come in here. Oh, you could come in and tell someone to... You could put a 9 on a digging activity. But if there's a 1 building activity and they're upticked in building here, they will do the level 1 building priority before they do the level 9 digging priority. Another thing that can be helpful is... Where is it? In priorities, you can also go in here and enable proximity. This means that they'll always work on stuff that's closest first. I've gotten pretty good at managing priorities, so I know how to do that. But learning this menu is very important. Early game, it's important to have somebody have tidying as their main priority to clean your outhouses. I'm a bit confused by what you mean when you must go up to get to space. Can't you go downward to get into space? No, you can't dig through neutronium. Neutronium is like bedrock in Minecraft, so we can't dig any further down than this. We can't dig any further right than this. We can't dig any further right than this. We have to go through the lava to get to space. You see this little part here that's got like sand and stuff? This is the way they give you access to space. They always give you like a little tunnel that you can go up. The problem is that it's still really hot in here. So what we need is to get ourselves into Atmos suits and create a gas chamber, like a vacuum chamber, and then we can kind of go up through. But if you're super detailed into priority, you can check the priority it considers for a task and why one is above the other. Yeah. If you click on the dupes, you'll see errands over here, and it'll tell you what they're doing. Like, Devo is building a ladder. The next in is construction supply ladder at level 6. Construction dig level 6 because they have to dig it out to build there. Dig, and then dig is down here below that because Devo's actually upticked to builder, whereas Bubbles or Thriller over here is going to focus on construction first. But since I have the ladders prioritized, the builder is going to dig out the tile to build the ladder before they do other digging exercises because of the priorities of the ladders. Yeah, see, his priority 50 plus the priority on the item 1 to 9. Anything else considers? Yes. Yeah, when you look at it, total priority 56.46, total priority 56.46, total priority, then you get down lower, total priority 55. The game has built-in decimal points of priority, so if everything is flat and you queue a bunch of stuff up flat, in general, they're going to do the most important one to keep them alive, because one of the difficult things about making a game like this, from what I understand, from what I've read and talking to developers and modders and stuff, is balancing it so the dupes are smart enough so that it's not like, fuck this game, I don't want to play, and stupid enough so you actually have a game to play. If the dupes are too smart, then you just sit here and autopilot it. You're watching a cartoon instead of playing a video game if they're too smart. And if they're too dumb, it's not enjoyable to play because you have to micromanage every piece of personality. So, you know. All right. Speaking of being too dumb, let's not delete those blocks just yet. Until they build this ladder, I don't want to delete these blocks because they're going to do stupid bullshit. I'm a good thank you. I try. I get a lot of help from smart people in chat, so that helps too. Yeah, we're really going to need to dig out, like, most of this area so that airflow comes up here. So what we're trying to do now is we've got this thing producing oxygen, but it's also producing hydrogen. And why are we not disabling this? Let's get that disabled, guys. You know what, Ellie? Let's get you toggling double ticked up as well. I'd like you to toggle. Oh. Yeah, you and Bat can toggle life support. Actually. Yep, that'll be fine. And if I move you, that should reset priorities. What are you doing? I want to disable these because we don't have a lot of algae. We're probably going to have to feather them on and off for a little while. I tend to put up +1 on construction digging and life support, then up +2 on items that their main skills, so their intended skills takes priorities and focus on expanding, surviving before anything else. That may have caused them to almost die. They would doing level 1 digging near a steam vent, which caused them to faint right on top of it. Oh, God, yeah. It takes a while to actually dial in how to do priorities in a way that doesn't get them killed. And even when you do, like, you're always going to be learning little bits and pieces about how to more efficiently do that. You taught me so much when I first started playing. I've even learned new things now. Oh, awesome. Glad I could be helpful. So my priorities change as we go along, right? Early game, you need the 3 dupes to kind of juggle priorities. And like I said, having tidying double upticked so that they... Like, when I have outhouses and wash basins, I put the outhouses on a 9 priority and the wash basins on an 8 priority. And then I have somebody who's double upticked in tidying so that... and then that person is usually doing life support as well. So, like, they'll always provide algae to the algae generator, and they'll always make sure that the toilets are sorted out. Don't the sinks and outhouses fall under life support? No. I thought so, too, for a while, but it falls under tidying as far as I can tell. Although I usually have that same dupe double upticked in life support, so it's possible. Wait, why do I have... Oh, just to go there. That would normally be where it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want to get a ladder that comes across here. Do I care about any of that stuff? Not really. I might actually end up moving this a little bit further up. It is producing a good amount of heat, which we've got a lot of cold on this map. So if it does start to warm up these plants up here too much, we could even crack in here and use some of this cold to mitigate the problems with it. But right now, my main concern is getting airflow sorted out. Do terrain-generated tiles also get affected by pressure? Yes. Yes, naturally generated tiles will get affected by pressure. Which is something that I think we've all had problems with at one point. Like, especially if it's something... Like, the softer the material, the easier to pressure damage. And then we've all dug out under sand and then had water drop on us. But, like, let's say this was a lot more water. Let's say this water was, like, filled up to here. And we dug right there. Then this tile is, like, exposed. Like, especially if we dug out these 2 tiles, then that would probably pressure crack. It takes a little getting used to. It's, I feel like knowing where things are going to pressure crack is often almost more of an art form than a science. I'm sure there is science behind, like, what amount of pressure it needs, but after a while, I just kind of got used to it. Do I need that stuff there? Not really. They can actually dig this from above, so... Right now what I'm trying to do is get it so that the hydrogen that comes up starts going up here, and then this thing is going to get set up so that it pumps down through a gas shutoff. Oxygen will then go down a pipe that's going to send oxygen through our base, and hydrogen's going to go into a hydrogen generator and provide us with a little extra power for our trouble here. What do we got in the printer? Please not a good... I almost want not a good dupe. 4 cuisine, 5 strength, frostproof, mechatronics engineer, can't do digging, decrease science, building impaired, germ resistant, cuisine strength, excavation, grease monkey, plant murderer, shabby dresser. We kind of need a dedicated cook. I'm just not a fan. Like, in general, everybody winds up doing a little bit of building and a little bit of digging most times. Slow learner is a hard no for me. So, is pay worth taking on right now? I'm going to say no. They're not synergized enough for my liking. And the building impaired means that they're really just... We don't have enough dupes that a cook is going to be cooking 100% of the time. And then on the side, she would be doing tidying, which we have 2 dedicated dupes to do already. So we're going to take the calories for now, which is going to be good because now we can switch our researcher back into doing research we need. Because we have ready-made calories. This is already an interesting playthrough. I feel like the first 100 to 200 cycles is really a lot about, like, stabilizing stuff. Like, just chasing problems. Like, oh, we have an issue with this, let's chase it down. We have an issue with that, let's chase it down. Oh, we've got a snazzy suit. Let's give that to... let's give it to Tom. Tom can dress snazzy. I was hoping it would be another warm suit. Which we could make once we get some reed fiber, but I'm not willing to crack into these cold biomes to make reed fiber just yet. Let's get all that built. And we need to start getting piping in place. So, let's say, like, we're going to want air to get all the way down to here, realistically. So let's go every other. Something like that. I was trying to kill zombie spores once by building them in. Problem was that I forgot about pressure and they were in oil. Needless to say, the tiles broke and I almost killed my whole colony. Thankfully, I had enough wheezeworts to put them everywhere at the bottom and kill the zombie spores. I was holding my breath for so long. Oh god, yeah. That is an intense situation there. Rotate key is O on this game. Yeah, Wheezewort is a really great way to deal with them. Another way to deal with them is chlorine. You can also, you know, build them in status, but like you said, you have to be very aware of pressure damage in that situation. So what we're doing right now is we're setting up priority to send gases down to the bottom first. When they get that built, I'll try and put in a few more other things. Do we have enough copper? We have enough copper. So we're going to want to get a smart battery, let's say, here. Maybe down here. We need a gas reservoir somewhere up here for my liking. Maybe we put the gas reservoir here. Alright, let's say we put the gas reservoir there. Then we're going to want the shutoff to go... Shut off would go there. We're not going to connect these yet, but I'm going to draw them. That would go there. Actually, already don't like what I just did, so let's go like that. Gas shutoff can go here. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up kind of a cheap gas filter here. This can break, especially on reload, so it's not an optimal situation. But we're gonna do what we can here. That gets built over like that. That's gonna come down through here. Right. And then we're going to need tiles there, so we're going to have to go with airflow tiles under this. And we're still researching the hydrogen. Cookies! I'm going to be gonna make... is Pei going to be... Grandma making the cookies? Pei is obviously not coming in now. I do love me some cookies, though. I think I'm better at baking pies and cakes, personally, than cookies, but I did make some cookies that Mr. Crow recommended once. He's got some good recipes for cookies. Mm. Hi, Nuibo. I don't know if... I think... Yeah, you haven't come in yet. You can make chocolate cookies. What did I make? It was... Were they oatmeal cookies, I think, that I made at one point? I think the last ones I made were Mr. Crow's oatmeal cookies. Chocolate! I mean, chocolate is a classic, right? Okay, so at first we were trying to keep the cold out. We might actually have to start letting some of the cold in at this point. You know, this might be a good spot for industry because it's got kind of a bowl shape. So if we crack in up here, even if we crack in up here, we could start actually doing industry up here. I think I like that position for industry a little bit. Screams chocolate. I mean, go for it. I don't blame you for screaming about chocolate. Chocolate's delicious. Do we have the element sensor yet? Gas element sensor. That's what we're looking for. What I'd like to do is... There. Actually, let's go a little bit lower. No, that's fine. We'll do it up here. We'll probably end up having to dig out some of these spindly grub fruits, but it is what it is. Gas element sensor. Do we have an AND gate? I don't think we have an AND gate yet. We need to finish this research, and then we need to get ourselves an AND gate. So, automation-wise, we're going to need something to come down to here. And gate will go right there. I'm pretty sure that's how it sits. Yeah, it should be how it sits. How's our breathability? All right, we're still good on breathability. Not amazing, but decent enough. Well, I mean, pretty amazing, but we've got all those little, like, floating bits of hydrogen and carbon dioxide kicking about. In fact, over here, we should put in a couple of airflow tiles as well. Drop those in there. Forgot to disable that. That's why it's so good. This building's not disabled yet. Let's not waste our algae, guys. At least they didn't build themselves in over here yet. So we do have a couple of answers for temporary power before we can tap into our lava. Ooh, that's space. Space. The final dupe tier. Alright, research complete. Let's sidestep into AND gates. What we're going to do is, we don't want this thing running full time. That's just a waste. So what we do is, we're going to set these up to detect hydrogen. When both of these detect hydrogen, this thing is going to kick on. And then anything that's not hydrogen, which is the only gases we've got other than hydrogen, are oxygen, polluted oxygen, and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is mostly down near the bottom already. So we just need to get the polluted oxygen and oxygen flowing downward. Hydrogen will flow into the hydrogen generator, which we need to get going as well. I don't want to have to destroy that spindly grub fruit, so we're going to put you there. We're going to go like that. We're going to grab power. Oh, yeah, I just drew a whole bunch of stuff, so we need more of that, which our researcher, I think, is our main operator. It's fine. Oh, man. That doesn't have power because... why? Oh, because I didn't connect it. Good job, Past Nether. I try not to connect power. Like, when I build like this, I build it up to here, and then I build a dot right there, usually. Which, did I build a dot? That way, when I want to connect it, I can just pull it across, but it won't start pumping when I'm not ready for it yet. That is quite a bit of heat over there. Let's introduce just a little bit of chill up on this level. In fact, we could... we could introduce more than a little bit of chill, I suppose. This cold here should help balance it. I think we have temp shift plates as well. We don't have temp shift plates yet. We'll get some of those, and we'll temp shift plate this up a little bit with some granite temp shift plates, just to even the temperature out a little bit between the cold and this thing producing heat. We will build some sort of oxygen machine, but we'll stick with an open air electrolyzer right now. If we have to, we'll move our we'll move our crops. Yeah, we're just kind of using natural temperature to kind of self-regulate. The base is a very weird base because this spot was real cold really fast because of what was around it, and we've still got cold that's just kind of bleeding in over here. But we've also got heat being produced here, And now we've got a substantial amount of heat being produced here. So we're going to crack into this ice biome to try and allow some of that to come out. What we are going to do is I'm going to cancel that because there's ice that's going to melt, and I don't want water just dripping straight down. It's going to cause problems with our carbon skimmer, and if I don't catch it in time to mop it. So we're going to leave a little bit of a lip there. I might actually replace that with like a normal tile. So right now we're pumping this water up there, and when we run out of this water, we can then hook up this water. Also, we need to make sure that those pipes don't freeze. They're in green. They're solid. One of my favorite things to do in this game is to strip mine. So once we get some degree of stability in our core base, we'll start ripping the entire map apart. Like I said, we'll try to leave as much of the ice as possible. That way we can melt it out and then use the liquid, use the cold for industry and use the liquid once it's melted out to go into whatever we need it to go into. Right now, we are very limited in the way we have to produce air. To the amount of liquid we've got on the map. We've already harvested the vast majority of algae, except for this little pocket down here. Maybe a couple of other little random bits and pieces kicking about that I may have missed. So we need to be cautious with the amount of air and everything that we make here. Yeah, we'll also try to get into temp shift plates today, because that'll help. We'll just run a couple of temp shift plates across here, altering. And we need... Okay, our researcher is working on research. When they're done, they'll grind up the materials we need for this. On the plus side, we don't need this running right away. Until we've got all of this stuff in place, we don't need this running right away. Do I want this on automation? I think I do. Yeah, it's fine. So once they break out this abyssalite, we should have some of this cold leaking in here. This sleet wheat grain might suffer a little bit from the heat and get stifled, but, you know... We haven't had access to it up until now anyway, so it doesn't matter. If we get a little bit of sleet wheat grain, I'll be happy. In fact, we can dig that out so that we can actually access it. Yeah, now some of this cold should... mix with some of this. We should get a nice green here for a bit, because we are heating up the pipe, and that's going to heat up the oxygen that's going to be coming through it eventually, which will heat up the base. It's a whole thing. But right now we're doing okay. You could actually tell where the hydrogen is because the hydrogen is warmer than the other stuff. So this little pocket of warmth here is mostly hydrogen. You can see the pink. We do need to get a gas pipe that goes like that. That's what I mean when I say I build it to and then put a dot. Because there are times when you build a system and you just miss something. You're like, ugh. And you like the system automatically starts up because your dupes finish building it, and then all of a sudden you're like, shit, I've got the wrong gases, then they're taking element damage. If you do this, then it's a lot easier because then you can come back and be like, all right, now that everything is built, let's start connecting pieces up one at a time. Okay, now that those pieces are connected, then you can like, oh, okay, this starts pumping. Oh shit, I have this set wrong, or I don't have it set. Then you can like address that problem before it starts doing damage. In most cases, you're better off deconstructing and rebuilding something that's damaged, because when it's damaged, they will actually use material to fix it. But deconstructing it, you get all the material back, and then rebuilding it, you use the same material. So you're actually using less material to rebuild something than you are to fix it. So, you know, weird Ani things, right? Oh, and when you go to deconstruct, I highly recommend when you're looking at the normal screen going down and clicking on buildings, because otherwise it'll deconstruct everything. Like I want to deconstruct these ladders here, right? They don't need to be there because the dupes can't get to this easily that way. They might as well just hop over and then go down to it. I'm just trying to keep the naturally growing food natural. We could put spindly grub fruit into pots, but we're limited by the amount of sulfur that's kicking about. So if we can keep them growing naturally, that's good. I might actually plant some at one point from the seeds that we found that we didn't rip up, so we can leave all the natural ones growing, but plant the ones we wound up with seeds for. I kind of need someone a little bit more dedicated to operating, because our researchers pulling triple duty right now. They research, they operate, and they cook. So we're kind of limited by the amount of time our researcher has to do any given task. It's why I would like to get a dedicated cook, and I'd like to also get someone switched over to doing operating as their main task. Yeah, we've got a CO2 buildup over here, so let's just go straight down there. Take that stuff out. Our research is getting closer to done. Once we finish our research, we're going to allow our researcher to do a little cooking and to do a little bit of crushing. Once we get some more copper crushed up, we can throw in that AND gate, because our research will be done then, and we can throw in a smart battery to control this thing. We're also going to need a NOT gate and an OR gate, because we want this to kick on if this is full or if it needs power. I'll show you guys how that automation works in a second once we get it researched. So on the plus side of things, while we're starting to get all this air stuff sorted out, we've got polluted water off-gassing, so it's not an optimal situation to have them breathing polluted oxygen, but it's better than them not breathing, if that makes any sense. There's a nice natural little, like, temperature regulation up here. The longer you play the game, the better you get at using the natural heat, cold, and resources like that. It's taken me quite a while to get decent at it, but we're getting there. And back to sweeping. I like stuff down here. I like to queue up level 4 sweeps. So basically, our haulers can do things. So up here, we put an AND gate. So both of these need to see hydrogen. Once there's enough hydrogen filling here to get down to here, that'll kick this on once that's in place. That's the idea between that. And then automation-wise, we're going to have a battery over here. Hold on. So we need more refined materials. Normally I don't like to do the crusher, but I think we have a metal-rich planetoid, and we've got plenty of copper kicking about. We've got 110 tons. You lose half the volume in the crusher and get a little bit of sand in exchange, but as soon as we can get a few things dialed in, we'll also start getting our refining sorted out. So we might be a little bit too positive on our mealwood. I don't want to see stuff start to spoil because we've only got 28 tons of dirt currently. And we've got 44,000, so 6, 12, 24. We're still in a decent spot. I'm keeping the muckroot because the muckroot will be used for our first endeavors into space. Muckroot doesn't spoil. So that means that we can bring that into space and not have problems with it. Alright, so we've got a lot of stuff built up here. Do we have enough to do a few things? What we're going to do... Oh, shit. That's not the rotate button. Too many RimWorld buttons in my brain. When you play a lot of games, sometimes the hotkeys get messed up. So what we want down here is a NOT gate coming out of here, because we want the opposite of what this naturally puts out. It took me a while to actually get used to that. We're going to want an OR gate. Oh, we don't have enough. We need more. We need more to even draw it. But we will draw that. Okay. Now that we have these automation wires set up, we can do that. Now that thing is powered, but it's getting an automation signal of red. So if we look at our automation overlay, both of these are sending a red signal. When both of them send a yellow, green signal, this thing will kick on, saving us on some power. So we've almost got the this thing helping us out. Once we get hydrogen up here, we're actually going to set this battery differently than the battery we have set down here so that we burn hydrogen before we burn coal. Okay, and now meanwhile, while we're waiting for things to get crushed, I think it's time to do a few... Now, I threw airflow tiles in there. We won't need them once we get these ladders in here. I don't know what we're building here, so we're just going to put ladders there first. Alright, I want this cleared, and it's going to take forever, so... If we attach that, it'll prioritize dumping into here, which is not what I want. Okay. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. So we're going to put one of those there. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use these as a priority. We need to jump over this thing, but I want it to prioritize going to the electrolyzer first. So if we put a bridge here, it's going to jump over here first. So now that that bridge is there, I can snip this. Actually, no, I snipped that and put that there. Now it'll prioritize going up here, and if it doesn't, it'll overflow this way. So that this is always going to get the water, and then this is going to drain out of here into our main tank. And once this is drained, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because once this is drained, we won't be producing air anymore. But then we just got to connect this pipe here and then deconstruct this ancillary system here. All right, we're getting frost buns, which is another helpful thing. How much water's here? 9 kilos. Automation is something that I struggle with. I have to look up tutorials anytime I try to set something up. Yeah, I had to look up a lot of tutorials early on, but I have a bit of a head for it. I like factory games too, so automation is kind of like comes to me natural. It takes a while to get the nuances of the automation from this game, but the AND gates and the OR gates can kind of get there. Nauseum! What's going on? Let's do a quick shout out for Nauseum over here. How you doing, Nauseum? Shout out to Nauseum. Nauseum plays a lot of different games, puzzle games, RimWorld, Ani. You play Ani too, right? Don't you? But go check out Nauseum. You were playing Warframe the other day as well. And thank you so much. I was in there and you said something about me being like one of the best RimWorld players you've ever seen. I really appreciate that. That made me smile. You don't play Ani. Okay, that's right. But you do play RimWorld sometimes. Doctoring, titering. No, let's just take the mushrooms. Keeping our dupes fed is a good priority to keep on top of. Ani is fun. Some of this basic automation stuff is really useful. It's just, there's certain things I've done so many times. The first automation people generally do is a smart battery with coal generators. You put an automation wire through. You say, hey, burn the coal until the battery is 90% full. If it gets down to 60%, turn off at 90%, turn on at 60%. We're actually gonna lower this actually to about 40. So Nauseum plays puzzles. I have been in the mood for Nancy Drew again. Ooh. I never got into Nancy Drew. You guys can hate me if for that, but yeah, our breathability down here is getting just a little dodgy. Caught me playing Once Human. That's right, that's right. At this point, we're just trying to, like, get a few things sorted out. This is a nice system, but I actually kind of need that stuff to happen. Alright, priority-wise, Julie, let's get you upticked and operating. Oh yeah, we leave that up. Yeah, let's get you upticked and operating, and so we can get some crushing going on. We've got enough calories cooked at the moment to last a little while. Yeah, they're cooking meal ice, so I think we have more meal ice than we need. I'm going to uproot these. I think between our wild food and our other meal ice, I think we're overplanting meal ice. And until we get a deep freeze, I don't want to do that. Yeah, Nauseum found me playing Myst. Nancy Drew isn't for everyone. Very old and a lot of cliches, just very nostalgic for me. Been years since I played. I never played it. I know about the books, but I never actually read the books. I watch GC Fungus tutorials. They're really detailed, but I have to look up most anything when it comes to automation. Yeah. I've got into Ani from watching Francis John. His tutorials tend to be for the, like, medium to advanced players as opposed to the beginner players. Johnny Tucson, one of my mods and friends from real life, he introduced me to Echo Ridge. I like some Echo Ridge's stuff. We've raided into Too Legit City. Too Legit City does a lot of good stuff. He plays Ani almost every day from what I can tell. Very, very chill vibes. Very chill vibes from Too Legit. And I know that even Francis has used some of Too Legit's tutorials to go off of when he's building his own stuff, so there's a lot of overlap in the Ani community. Yeah, Nether, I'm having a flare-up. I'm having one of those moments when I just feel drunk, but I'm not. Gotcha. I'm so sorry. Have you played Tacoma? I have not. What kind of game is that? Is that another puzzle one? I have Firmament on my follow or wish list. I remember you telling me about that. You and... I think you and Aya were talking about that. It's a story game? I do not. What kind of story game? Tacoma. Okay. Let's, dear God, I have too many lists around here. Here, we'll put it on this piece of paper, and hopefully it won't disappear. Tacoma game. Alright. There. It's on a piece of paper on my desk. I'm not saying anything. Play it. Alright, sounds good. Just have to watch it and adjust until you get the results you want. Yeah, I've gone through that where I've set up, Oh, I actually need you to get plugged in. I've done stuff in this game where I'm mostly stabilized in basic stuff, and then I try to automate something fun, and I'll just sit there and watch it for like an hour. Barely doing anything. I'm like, the dupes are fine. Temperature's regulated, food's good, toilets are working. Let me stare at this machine that I built and see if it actually works. It was Firmament was interesting. It was bugged on release. Alright, this needs to be hydrogen. Just make sure the automation wire is set up. Good, good. Connect that through there. That should be good. Now, we are running into the situation where some of our hydrogen is building up over here instead of over here, but I'm not going to worry too much about it, although it'll probably stifle this. Yeah, it'll end up stifling those grub fruits, but it can't be helped. Do we have idle dupes? Oh, you see, something is falling down here. Yeah, we got a little bit of water around here. Let's dig out that so we can mop that up. Get that stuff swept. Put that there. We can now delete these tiles. Did you know that water is extremely haram? Reminded of my favorite joke I told by my family in Turkey. Haram. I don't know what haram is, but... So I'm going to go with no. I didn't know it was extremely haram. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do this? Let's start shaving. That will work. It has 2 gins in it. Forbidden. It has 2 gins. I don't follow, Nauseum. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't follow. 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. Oh my god. Okay, I got you. Idiots. Let me jump up to where it's fine. They'll dig this stuff out. Alright, how much copper do we have? We have enough copper to do what I want to do. So what we want to do is get a smart battery down here. Connect it, and then we want to get an automation wire hooked up there. Oh wait, that needs to go to an OR gate. Hang on, I forgot. We need an OR gate. Automation. So it's sending a green signal because this is empty. we want a red signal when it's empty. And when it gets close to full, we want a green signal. So that's why we have to use the NOT gate. Then we grab an OR gate down here. Use the correct button to rotate. We're going to slap that in there. Grab this. That goes there. This goes here. And then this goes here. So what this little setup will do is we'll set it. It'll say, hey, if this is full, turn on the hydrogen generator to burn off some of the gas so this doesn't stay full, because we need to get the hydrogen out of here so it doesn't build up the whole way down. If this needs power, turn on the hydrogen to make power. So this won't get full, and if there's hydrogen in here, it'll get used to supply power. Ideally, we're supplying power from this before down here. So remember earlier when I switched this down so it turns on when it's at 40%? We're going to set this one to turn on when it's at 60%. That way the hydrogen generator kicks on first, but if we run out of hydrogen, this thing will still be able to kick on and use coal, which we've got 35 tons of coal. 35 tons is not a fuck ton. But we do have a lot more that we can dig out, which we're going to work on as soon as we can stabilize a few other things here. So, and our breathability is low down here because we're not actually pumping this. Maybe we should have this thing on at all times. Hang on. Let's actually switch this over to oxygen right now, so we get some stuff pumping. So the hydrogen that's up here is now going in here because of this setup here. This gas pipe says, hey, if you sense hydrogen in this tile, turn this on. If you don't sense hydrogen, turn this off. When this is off, gases can't flow this way, so they'll overflow this way. I should have a switch on this as well, is what I should do. All right. Yeah, let's give some manual nature to this as well. Let's put a switch here with an automation wire. And let's priority 9 build that so that I can turn this on when I need to. Because we need this to distribute the oxygen downward. And right now it's set up to... This is why I didn't delete these. I just disabled them. Alright, Bubbles is on it. See, because all the oxygen is up here and not flowing downward, because it's basically relying on gravity to flow downward. So this is where we got to start getting kind of crazy with the airflow tiles a little bit. Like, let's put a couple in there. Then let's put a couple down here. We're going to put a couple down here. I'm sure there's some people that are like, Nether, that's not symmetrical or whatever, but actually, yeah, we'll do it like that. Because we need more airflow downwards. We need oxygen to be able to drop and CO2 to be able to go down and hydrogen to be able to rise. This is carbon dioxide. This thing's filtering the CO2, which is fine. Now, you see how this thing is now shoving hydrogen over this way, and then polluted and regular oxygen are going down. It'll prioritize going to the lowest part of the base because of the way we have our bridges set up. Bridges can act as priority. It'll always flow to the bridge before it flows past the bridge. So now those gases that are coming down, the oxygen and polluted oxygen, are now going to get pushed down here. We can always snip out the automation thing. Like if I just snip this wire here, this switch will do nothing. A lot of times it helps to have controls. A lot of times it helps to have automated controls on stuff, just in case you want to have manual it helps to have manual controls. I need to get back to baking. Hope you're good. Oh, of course, of course. Enjoy your baking. Jinn is Arabic for demon. That's where genies come from, is the word jinn, right? I mean, as far as a map that's got this much cold on it, I think we've done a good job regulating the temperature to be a reasonable temperature. Hi, my friend. Hope you are well. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Lady Auric? Welcome on in. I know you stream too, right? So let's do a shout out for Lady Auric over here. What's the good word? What have you been playing lately? We took a little break from Ani and did some Satisfactory. We're still doing RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and you know, just in general, having a good time. Phasmo, a lot of people play that. I haven't gotten into it personally. It's not really like, I don't know. I've had a few people be like, Nether, do you want to get into playing some Phasmo with me? And I'm like, I don't know. It's not like, it just doesn't speak to me, but I do like watching a few people play it here and there. All right, let's start getting rid of some of these tiles that we don't need. And you might do it. Take a nap. Naps are wonderful. I do love me some naps. The airflow tiles are helping to get the oxygen downward. Biggest problem right now is that since our crops are here and crops are solid tiles, we're not getting a ton of downward airflow. But it is gradually starting to fill up a little bit better, and that gas pump is helping distribute stuff, so... I want you on about 60%. Okay, and let's connect that pipe so that it actually works. Just make sure there's only hydrogen in here. There is only hydrogen. So now that hydrogen generator should help us with power. I don't think we're going to be generating enough hydrogen to run the whole base off of it, but yeah, we should be able to do some nice things with that. It's been a little while since I did one of these systems. Kind of proud of myself on that. Okay, I think we've got people hanging around. I just did the adaptation playthrough, and pigskins ruined my colony. Yeah, Barb loves pigskins. That's her favorite race. We're on 100,000 calories from what? Man, we're doing good. Okay, so I'm glad we disabled these. I kind of think we might delete them. Yeah, let's delete these for the sake of airflow. Also, let's go to the power overlay, because we got some free copper ore from that stuff. Alright. Let's go in and change back Julie's priorities. Operating second, researching and cooking first. Everybody gets double upticked in ranching, because unless they have the skill, they can't ranch, but they will deliver stuff to ranches if the rancher's already bagged it up. So, that'll be good stuff. Alright, so next up on our agenda is probably to get our industry cooking. Right. Let me check out what we've got, what we're missing. Getting into aquatuners would be great, but not essential at the moment. Oil refineries and desalinization is almost completely unnecessary on this map. We'll need that once we get to our second planet and want to do nuclear reactors. We could also start getting into radbolt research, so that's on the table, but I think before we get into radbolt research, we want to knock out these four. Okay, so we need low resistance conductors. Oh no, we've got heavy watt wire. Okay, so I think we want to get into industry right now. We want to start getting stuff refined. Now that we're producing enough air to sustain up to 8 colonists. So what we're looking for, now that we've got water going, is theoretically, we've got 6 colonists. Theoretically, we're looking for 2 more colonists, a dedicated cook and a dedicated mechatronics engineer. Although I do think some of our people are pretty good at mechatronics engineering, if I remember correctly. If we click over here... Okay, Thriller doesn't have any passions in engineering, so no. Devo over here does. Devo is going to wind up being a mechatronics engineer long term. For now... Yeah, I think we shift Devo's priorities a little bit because Thriller is a dedicated builder. Although Devo's our dedicated digger. I prefer dirt moles. I always need a xeno drilling for my colony. Yeah, dirt moles are pretty awesome. I love my Itakines the most, but my zoo playthrough makes me biased. I don't like Itakines. I will take them. I don't hate them as much as other races. I kind of hate impids. I will take impids if I absolutely fucking have to, but that genetic pessimism is just, oh, middle finger to you, video game. Tom over here. We don't have any critter ranching going at the moment. Tom's got improved carrying across the board. We might sidestep you into improved tinkering as well. Yeah? We need refinement done, so... What's your agriculture at? 5. You kind of need more agriculture. Let's get you crop tending. Ellie over here goes right into improved carry 2. And then let's noodle with priorities over here, right? So Devo is double upticked in digging and building. Let's take him down a peg in building, and then let's uptick him in operating. Okay, we'll downtick you in digging and tell you to build first and foremost. Tom over here, we're going to uptick operating, so they're going to ranch and farm, and then they're going to go operate. Operate or build based on priority. Okay. Okay, yeah, we should have enough room for this water. Maybe? We might end up overflowing that. I don't want to do that, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, hang on. We're going to pause because we have idle dupes. I don't want idle dupes. We need to figure out what our next project is. We got our researcher researching. We've minimized the amount of farms that we have. We've given some airflow. The base is gradually getting more oxygenated. So next on the agenda, I think we want to start strip mining materials. Well, we could prep to get industry ready, right? Yeah, that's probably the better idea, actually. Okay, so what I think we want to do here... We don't necessarily need access here, but we just need the chill to move through. So we're going to actually replace... We're going to replace that with regular tiles. Reason being, we're going to start breaking over here and setting up industry up here and then dropping water into here. Where is the initial water going to come from? I'm not quite sure yet. So let's get that moving, though. But we are going to start just doing that. So that'll be projects for our people. That'll get them doing stuff. Also, is there stuff we want to clean up around the map becomes another question. Like, because we could just do low-tier sweeps. Yeah, I'm going to set up some low-tier sweeping around the map. At least around the core base. Yeah, right now this thing is handling our power needs, but we don't have a lot in there. We've only got like 2 kilos, so... Let's just start getting some stuff dug out here. The reason I'm putting this here is we're going to start putting industry up here, and it's going to flood this place out. I don't want liquid to start going over, but I do still want some temperature exchange. Where are... Okay, so we're researching airflow, or temp shift plates now, so we will put the temp shift plates in. We're also going to want to... We're going to have to get some water up here to start this process, and we're going to have to put a few things up here. We're going to end up using coal as our main power source for refinement temporarily. And our goal is going to be to melt most of this stuff out. Anything in here like granite, we're going to dig. Like that granite can get dug out. That can get dug out. Put a ladder there. All of that can get dug out. And then... Yeah, that'll work. Also, let's get access to these guys. That easy 20 animals is huge. That easy 20 animals is huge for my zoo. Easy 20 animals. What happened? How did you get 20 animals? Aya's Ark. Aya's gonna take 2 of every animal off planet to a glitter world. Oh yeah, our breathability is starting to sort itself out. Alright. Let's snip that. I've done systems like this. This is basically what you would call an open air electrolyzer. We have an electrolyzer out in the air. It's not built into some closed compartmentalized. 20 animal skill is easy to keep. Oh, on the Etekeens. That's why you like the Etekeens, because they can tame anything in a zoo. I don't like their aggressive gene. I think I might be biased against Etekeens because I had a playthrough where one of them got into a social fight constantly, and one day we had a kid that we had raised in the colony. Like, you know, we fertilized the ovum, raised them in the growth vat till they were 3, had them run around the colony. They became like a god pawn. They had all of the best traits. They had all, like, they were a psycaster. They were so many things. They were just really badass at everything. And they got in a social fight with one of my Etekeens, the one that had been fighting everybody, and the Etekeen decapitated her. Punched her in the neck and her head came off, and I was like, I'm done. I immediately used my leader to accuse them, made them guilty, and then executed them. There was nothing wrong with them other than the fact that they were a pain in my ass, and I had them executed. My main Etekeen tamer is now my kiddo's stepmom. Aww! Adorable stories in that game sometimes. Now, the crazy part about all this is we're going to be injecting heat into our base. So all this cold around here that we've been walling out, we're going to wind up gradually opening it up and letting it stabilize the temperature. We got a nice green going with most of our base other than right here. Like, this place has been friggin' chilly forever. I mean, it started out green, but quickly we had a lot of cold seep in because we didn't have protection from it. But yeah, we're going to get a place chopped up for our industry zone. And then from there, we should be good. Alright, we are slowly but surely conserving coal for other things. Breathability is actually looking real nice. To the point where I actually might want to... I think I might want to move this up a little bit. We got a lot of oxygen coming down. Nah, whatever. It'll sort itself out, or we'll make adjustments as need be. What do we just knock out? I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Ladder beds we don't need. Utilities. Granite temp shift plate. Let's get one of those here, here, and here. I think. Actually, one lower. And that should help pull cold from this thing over. When we get in from this side, we'll put another one. I could break in here and put one on this side, but I don't know if I'm bothered to do so. If it starts to get a little too hot over here, now we are going to have to get some water up here, so we'll probably steal some off of this line. We'll probably pump some up and do our first batch or two of metal refinement up here. Also, what do we get in here? Fire poles. Excellent. Let's get fire poles installed. Since we're running our oxygen on the right side, we're going to run our fire poles on the left side. Let's straight up, like... Because this is going to let them get down real quick. Since we've got a lot of, like... stuff going on up here at the moment, we definitely want them to be able to get down quicker, so... In fact, we're going to run this up to here. Along with ladders that come up to here, and then we're going to run ladders across... We'll have to skip... Alright, so we've got a lot of water to use up. Like, we've got a full tank of water here. This is a one ton per tile of water. And we're still sucking up this little bit down here. Once this is sucked up, we'll deconstruct... Not all of it. We'll deconstruct some of this, and we'll go over here, and we'll dig out a nice little spot down here, drop that water, and then pump that stuff up as well. In fact, I think I might start queuing that up right now, because that's going to be next up on our agenda here. Maybe not next up, but... this is going to come across here. And this is where we can start speeding this along a little bit. We've got a lot of work queued up, so this is more or less watch the ant farm, keep an eye on the food and oxygen. And for anybody watching back on the VOD, thank you very much for watching back. I appreciate the views. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs on YouTube, so if you want to click that, that would be wonderful. If not, please don't let my asking annoy you. We're trying very hard to get a few things sorted out. Also, what I'm doing lately is using the recording function on OBS so that I can chop out the starting soon and be right back screens by pausing and unpausing the recording. I'm trying to remember to do that. It went splendidly yesterday. We recorded all of RimWorld, but we're able to chop out the stuff that people don't want to watch on YouTube. I can't trim it in my software or on YouTube directly because my recording software won't actually be able to work with a file of that size because I don't have a large enough hard drive currently. I will get another hard drive eventually, but for the moment, it's a little outside the budget. These are not what we're looking for. I'll take the ice. Let's get that swept immediately. I never thought I'd say that our water is too full, but we've got a lot more water than, yeah. One of the things about toilets, we were talking about overflows and such earlier. The water that comes out has germs, and even if you clean the water by removing the dirt, you know, the polluted dirt from it, it's still going to be germy. And so you either have to, if you want to bring that water into a system that you're using, you might actually have to decontaminate it. But if you don't need that water for air or whatever else, you can always run it into bristleberry or run it into thimbleweed because germs don't affect growing. So we're overflowing our water-positive toilet water into bristle blossom, which will get us a little bit of extra food here and there, but really shouldn't do too much of anything, realistically. We are getting overflow water there. I really hope our system doesn't back up. 2 of them should be enough to eat all of that, but... Oh yeah, there's like less than a kilo in there. Well, now there's less than a kilo. Can the plants not take polluted water? Depends on the plant. Thimbleweed takes polluted water. Thimbleweed takes polluted. Bristle blossom takes clean. So you have to figure out which plant you have. If you're on a map that has thimbleweed, this is a really good way to get early game reed fiber, is to overflow the polluted side into the thimbleweed as opposed to overflowing the clean side into the bristle blossom. But on this map, we don't have thimbleweed. So we're overflowing into there. Our main way of getting reed fiber is going to be to ranch mammoths, which is going to be awkward because we need ethanol to feed the plume squash and the plume squash to feed the mammoths. So we're most likely going to be wild ranching the mammoths, just kind of leaving them where they are, because wild animals will always replace themselves unless they get, like, overcrowded. What about your sand supply for the filter? We have 73 tons of sand on this map because I forget what this environment is called, the one with the Sweetles. This is all sand. This is all sand. We've got sand here, all over the place. If by chance we did happen to run out of sand, you can always crush rocks to make sand in here. You could do like igneous rock to sand. It turns 100 kilos of igneous rock into 100 kilos of sand. Later game, we'll probably get to a point where we're not filtering the water using the water sieve anymore. we've got a couple of systems that create heat, like the magma. So we might end up using some of the heat from the magma to not only push steam turbines for power, but we might run the polluted water in there to filter it into clean water. In a certain way, yes. So, you can always crush rocks to get sand, and if you have access to a volcano, hey Roses, what's going on? How you doing? One of the best ways to get sand, noob, is if you have a water source that has salt in it, you can crush salt into sand and table salt. The table salt will give a mood bonus when applied to food. Dupes will automatically do it. So if you put a storage container next to the refrigerator for food, home from work, hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back home. So there are sustainable ways to get sand. On this map, I'm trying to think. Do Mammoth patties produce sand at all? No, phosphorite and clay. One thing you can do is if you get poke shells, you can feed poke shells polluted dirt and rot piles, and that'll produce sand. So if you've got food coming in and you've got your food like let's say you've got a water source on your map and you're doing bristle blossoms. Anytime you get rot from your bristle blossoms, you feed it to your poke shells. That gets you sand. We have 75 tons of sand and plenty to dig out on the map. We won't have to worry about sand for filtration medium for a long time. Also, what kind of asteroids do we have? No meteor showers. So if you have meteors that give you regolith, you can actually use regolith as filtration meaning too. Salt from sand is limited, isn't it? So volcanoes are your best option. Sand from salt is only limited if you don't have a salt water source. We don't have a lot of stuff. We're kind of limited on resources because the flipped asteroid is supposed to be a more advanced gameplay style, right? So it's... Keep the temps cozy and watch the water build up. I will, Aya. We turned off the water going over here. More so, we have to watch to see if this is done. Too much liquid. Once we can mop this, I'm going to turn this pump on and stop pumping water from over here. For now. If you have like a saltwater geyser or a cool salt slush geyser, you pretty much have infinite sand. You just run that through a desalinator, you get out salt, you crush the salt, it turns into sand and table salt, bing bang boom, you're sorted out. We don't have that on this current planet, but our second planet is a radioactive asteroid. Let's go that way. Okay, so we've got refinement ready. I'm going to keep letting them build what they're building currently. But on the radioactive asteroid, I've always seen 4 sources of water. Usually you have at least 1 saltwater source. So by the time we start going through all of the sand we have on the map, it's likely that we're already going to be in a location where we can get more sand. There is always a way to survive whatever map you're on. Like, this map is always going to be survivable somehow. If you know enough about the loops and mechanics of things, you should be able to always survive. Even though we don't have a permanent water source to keep an electrolyzer setup going, we do have Alvea Vero seed plants. So if we can produce ice and carbon dioxide, we can produce oxygen. Not as easy. This up here is going to be our infectious polluted oxygen vent. So we're going to want to get up here and use deodorizers, which will take the polluted part out. They'll make sand into clay and the polluted oxygen into regular oxygen. We'll pump the regular oxygen into our base. The polluted oxygen will get cycled back until it gets completely filtered. and that becomes an issue with sand as well. So we do have to find a sand loop if we wanted to. Let's say we were only on this planet, we'd have to find a sand loop on this planet, some way to make infinite sand. And there's probably something I'm missing to get there. Like, okay, so let's say because once you get past cycle 500, anything can print in the printing pod. It doesn't. Up until cycle 500, I think you have to discover it on Spaced Out. Certain items get unlocked at different cycles, but after 500, anything can print in the printing pod. So let's say we get a printing pod offer for poke shells, right? What we could do is ranch phloxes to get wood. The phloxes eat pike apples, so we just have to keep the place cold. Ranch pike apples. Pike apples require phosphorite or phosphorus, whatever, which comes from the mammoths. So we take the wood that we get from shearing the phloxes, use that to make ethanol to feed the plume squash, to feed the mammoths. That gets us reed fiber. And then we take some of that, when that ethanol gets burned off, when we use the wood to make ethanol in an ethanol distillery, we get out polluted dirt. So that's an infinite supply of polluted dirt coming from our ranching loop. That polluted dirt we then feed to poke shells, we get infinite sand. So there are a lot of mechanics you can use to get a lot of different materials. So it just comes down to like how much do you know about the game in order to make those loops possible. When you're first starting out, it's really difficult to like figure out sometimes like, shit, this map doesn't have X, Y, and Z, so... Can we mop this yet? Too much liquid still. And volcanoes are another option, yes. Sorry, I meant to say that. If you've got a volcano that you're using for whatever you're using it for, whether you're using it for a petroleum boiler or for power or whatever, directly by heating steam, eventually those rocks have used up enough of their heat that you're just going to have rocks kicking about. And if you can cool them down the rest of the way, so that they don't cook. Well, it doesn't even matter. If you send them wherever, you can crush them in the sand and then use the sand. Obviously there are temperature regulation issues with any time you're dealing with magma, but provided that you can deal with those temperature regulation issues, you can absolutely use the rock and crush it. Right now, one of the things I'm a little concerned with is that our dirt is down to 24.9 tons, and we're using dirt to make pickled meal. We're growing mealwood. So we might do a few other things. We've got enough on-map sulfur that we can feed to spindly grub fruits, so we might domesticate some spindly grub fruits soon-ish. All right, I kind of... Here, I'm going to snip this. We need oxygen more up here than down low. Also, let's get a little bit more airflow over here by putting that there. All right. So we want to start getting... We're going to wind up replacing some of these ladders with other stuff, but for now... How much copper do we have? 80 kilos. Let's crush up a little bit more copper so that we have enough to make a smart battery. Too bad there aren't player-based levers, but I'd imagine that would be immersive for the game. What do you mean player-based levers? Player-based switch right here. Off, on. wouldn't be immersive for the game. So they exist. Yep. If you actually read into the lore, we are not a player. We are an AI, actually. We have a role in this in the lore. We're an AI, and all of the dupes are actually clones of workers from Gravitas. And they experimented with teleportation and time travel. And the reason these planets are like this is because there was some sort of technology that was actually destroying Earth. Devo, what's going on? You're a printing pod. Right, right. Let's do a shout out for Devo over here. How you doing, Devo? Devo's been going hard on some Satisfactory, but likes all the same games we do. So go check him out, give him some love. Recently got back into streaming, so we're trying to support. So if you go and check out all the lore based on this stuff, basically the world is coming to an end status. It's kind of a post-apocalyptic thing. And what Gravitas was experimenting with was teleportation and time travel, which had all sorts of implications, and the different people in here. Hey, Nether, if you want, we can hop into your status save after stream to take a look at your oil issues. I've got plans after stream today, Council. I'm sorry, I've got dinner plans. If we end early and I get on, but I probably won't be doing too much gaming tonight. I might later on, depends, but I've got dinner plans. Yeah, but that's very nice of you to offer. I was looking at it last night. I actually think I got some ideas on how to fix it. I don't think I'm actually going to fix it, though. I think what I'm going to do is build a better power plant. I'm at the stage where I need more power, so I've either got to get a diluted fuel or turbo fuel. Or nuclear, but I think I got to get into diluted so I think what I'm going to do is take what I've learned from that power plant and do something a little bit more functional. Because what I'm thinking, you know how I have the liquid buffer set up, where stuff is pumping up to and then into the liquid buffer? I think the better way to do it, and I was messing with it last night, is to actually have the pipe go up above the liquid buffer and then come down into the liquid buffer so that there's no chance of gravity actually letting it go back out and backflowing from where we're pumping it in. And I changed one spot, and it appears to work really good. It's just, it doesn't completely fix the problem I'm having, but I think that's one of the techniques I could implement to help with it. There's a few other things, too, so... Also, I think I got to focus a little bit more on function over form, because it's getting to... I just kind of feel like I tried a little too hard to make it look good over making it function better. So I've got to find the right middle ground back and forth. But I appreciate the offer. Definitely want to do some of that. Okay, guys, I kind of am running out of tea and need to use the restroom, so I think this is a good spot to take a quick break. I'm going to put up the links to my friend Bobby's music pages. He does the music for me, so if you like it from the Be Right Back screen, go check him out, show him some love. Links are always going to be down in the description if you're watching the VOD, but I am going to pause the recording so that the YouTube people don't actually have to have the Be Right Back screens and stuff. And yeah, just give me a couple of minutes to make some tea, use the restroom. I will be back here ASAP. Go show Bobby some love if you're so inclined. All right, see you in a sec. Hi, everybody. Yeah, sorry about that. I tried to figure it out while I was waiting for my water to boil there. Um, it's definitely from the kitty boop in the hard drive earlier. So the files are referencing a file on that hard drive. So I'll have to fix that. In fact, let me put a post-it on my desk. Yet another one. Start/BRB screens. I'll try and get that sorted out. I kind of want to put together a new loop for the video portion of it at least. So maybe this is a good excuse to put some work into that. But I did cancel the subscription to Adobe Premiere because it's just an expense I can't justify at this stage in the game. So I'll have to learn how to use DaVinci to fix that. And I can order socks and mouse toys later as well. After dinner or tomorrow. So let's, how do we want to do this? So we've got polluted ice, we've got ice. What we need to do is, like I said, we need to get a little industry up here. So let's design it with the game paused. Like, we need a metal refinery, right? And we need a way up and down with that metal refinery to access... Okay. Let's say we put the metal refinery here. Let's say we take the liquid output down to there. Right? Then we'll bring the input in from down there as well, but we're going to have to jumpstart it by moving some stuff up, which is not a problem. So input's going to come up from down here. I don't really want to dig some of this out, but I think we're going to have to just for the sake of getting this system working. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a pump in. Let's put the pump in there. That way what we can do is we can bring a ladder system down here. Not there. That way we're like kind of minimizing. Hey, is oxygen included in this game? I have a feeling oxygen is not included. Hey, Chris. Only to a certain extent. How you doing today? What's the good word? Let's go with mesh tiles here. And then as far as the other stuff... Okay, so that's that guy. We're also going to want to get down a crusher up here, because we would prefer to have the crusher up here. Let's move that over by one. Let's put the crusher... The crusher can go there. That gives us a tile to build some automation if we need to. Another Chris, yes. I think Chris came in before you did, actually. More mesh tiles. 1,200, and those are... Okay, so power-wise, we're going to want... Oof. See, this is why I want to design before I unpause. Do I care that it kills that wild spindly grub fruit? I don't know if I do. The other option is to put it on this side, which gets in the way. Oh, and then we need a battery. Okay, so maybe not. Well, if we're using a battery, how much do... I think they produce 600, right? All right, let's do a little... This is why I like to design areas on pause. Instead of having that there... Chris gifted tier 1 sub to Council of Roses. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. You rock. As always, you rock. Thank you so much. I never know what to say other than thank you, so thank you. All right, let's give a little bit more space to this endeavor. I said I wanted a space between, but at this point, meh. Let's do that guy right there. You can be there, and you can be there. Us Chris's need to stick together. Aw, that's adorable. I love it. I love it. Thank you for coming in. How you doing today? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? Give a little space like that, I think, just for a box. That goes there. Then we're gonna need a battery there. Right. And then what do we want to build underneath them? Do we do mesh tiles? I mean, we could just do regular tiles. We don't need mesh tiles. Let's just do regular tiles because they're quicker. And let's do... So we're going to grab our automation wire first. I want these shut off to start. So we're going to do priority 6 on the wires. And then if we go back and do normal priority on these... Yeah, so we'll build the wires first, and then everything else up here will get built. When we crush up a little bit more copper, we'll be able to get ourselves a smart battery to keep that going. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. It's about all of that song that I know. And then we're going to connect this line across here. Basic industry setup here. We get a refinery, a crusher, 3 coal generators, a smart battery, and we just have our people do stuff over here. I do want to get a couple of storage bins up here, but we'll move that stuff around later. Let's build the ladders first, guys. So our base is fairly breathable, our temperature is fairly stable, we've got food coming in, we're up to 100,000 calories. Our researcher is researching. Let's go and flip-flop priorities on Julie again. I need stuff crushed ASAP. Always good to prioritize your ladders above everything else, because you'll notice that they were digging this stuff out, and that this is 3 tall here, so they're standing here. If somebody else builds this tile here while they're standing here, they can't go down, and even if they could, they can't get back up through here. Like, dupes will just put themselves in positions to do dumb shit. So a lot of this automation up here wound up being not necessary because we're just running this thing full time, but, you know, I tried. I tried to automate things. Oh my fucking god. I am going to break that to make this easier. Oh, actually... Oof. We're gonna undo that because I actually want all the ice up here now. Oh my god, polluted ice, this needs to move immediately. I did not want polluted ice in there. We wound up with polluted water in there. That would just annoy me. Okay. Arigato, Mr. Roboto. Okay, I think our haulers are busy doing other things, but I need that ice moved. How much coal do we have? 33 tons. We're gonna dig... Oh, shit. I just realized we are about to run out of water down here. That stuff can all get deconstructed. We're going to wait for this pipe to drain out, just because the way this is set up, if we just run that up, it'll always run this water first, and we want this pipe to be empty. Man, 2 is so fast. Okay, let's go to liquefiable. We want ice and polluted ice in here. We're going to put that at a 7. Reason we want that up here is because we're going to want that to melt down into this. This is going to be kind of our junk water tank for now. Basically, we're going to use the heat from our refinement to melt the water, and then all of that chill is going to just get cycled back into our refinement over and over again for the purposes of just doing a bunch of refinement. Once this area is fully melted out, we should have more than enough refined metal to do any project that we want to do. And then I think Thursday's main goal is probably going to be to get up radiation research, and a few other little bits and pieces that we need. I'll let you crush the rest of that. I'm invariably going to need something from there. Yeah, so right now this is our core base, but what we're going to do eventually is kind of dig out the whole map and make some decisions on where we're going to put a few things. Usually I kind of put the main core base up against one of the walls, you know, because we want to make nice places for our dupes to live, so we want to get private bedrooms, which take up space. So a lot of times I'll build off of a wall, and given where our ladder is, it's central, kind of, because it's to the right of the center of the map, because the center is where this printing pod is. So I think it would make more sense to do it from this side, but since all of our vents are on this side, like we've got our hydrogen vent here, our natural gas guys are here, our infectious polluted oxygen vent here, it's going to be a little difficult. You know, we could, but, and then we've got our teleporters here, so we'd have to weave through them. We've got this nice cold biome over here, and this is also probably the best place to work out a magma drop, so there's going to have to be a lot of decisions on where we put things inevitably, but everything is really dependent on getting research done and getting industry running. More or less, that's the whole first part of the game, is getting yourself in a position where food, oxygen, and materials are nicely stabled. Once we have stable mood, oxygen, and food, then we work on getting as many of the good materials as we need and banging out tons of research. Interesting that we don't have a water vent, although I guess we can get water from other planets. Is that even doable later in the game? Yeah, so our second planet is a radioactive ocean. Keyword there, ocean. So there are usually 4 water vents on the radioactive ocean, and we can bring water back through this teleporter here. Yeah, so basically we go over there, we find a good water source, we pump it back over here, or we could also just pump the gases. We could make a SPOM over there and then just pump back oxygen for this planet if we want to. I gotta say, this planet is not really it's not really what I would say is like an awesome planet. Like it's got a few things here and there. But we're going to be pretty reliant on recycled services. So we've got this polluted oxygen vent over here. Over here, sorry. Infectious polluted oxygen vent. So we can use that to make air. We can use ethanol from the wood. If we ranch a bunch of phloxes, we can use ethanol. Ethanol is going to be able to be burned off in petroleum generators. The petroleum generators are going to output polluted water. So there are ways to do water positive processes over here to sustain. It's just a matter of how much math is going to go into. You're never going to be able to have a large population just off of what's on this map. We would have to pump over resources from our secondary planet. But you could definitely sustain. Usually the planet has enough stuff that if you do the loops right, you can sustain 8 dupes reasonably easily. We're up to 6. We're looking for a dedicated cook and maybe an artist, but I'd like to just have someone who's got a second in art do that later on. We don't need an artist right away. Can I turn these off? Alright, I screwed up because I didn't have these connected. So let's get those built ASAP because we're now wasting power. I was trying to avoid that. Oh, I know how to fix that. There. Now they're off. And we need to get some starting water in here. Yeah, so there's always a way to survive on a planet. Like, if we legitimately didn't have... Like, if we had teleporters turned off, I've done playthroughs where we turn off teleporters and we have to fly to another planet. There are interplanetary launchers, and you can launch liquids, gases, solids with the interplanetary launchers. So if we absolutely had to, we could rush to rockets, rush to interplanetary launchers, and then go to another planet, bottle water, and then shoot the bottled water back to this planet, unbottle it, and use it here. So there's always a way to get it done with this game, one way or the other. I mean, if we absolutely had to, we could rip out our bathrooms and just have our dupes pee everywhere all day, every day, and then collect the pee water and filter it into a water source. That's not really a great way of doing things, and I've never had to do that, but you know, you do what you gotta do. Now we just gotta keep a little bit of an eye on our calories, because I don't have us... I took out some of the meal wood because I didn't want to overproduce until we have a proper freezer. But I also don't want to underproduce, you know, so it takes 3 cycles to bring those on board. Overjoyed. Wonderful. Calories? Ooh, copper. Strength, science, cooking, uncultured, frost-proof plant murderer. Anemic is a hard no. Not trying to bring on farting dupes. This is not a bad dupe, but the researching doesn't really matter it will help them learn faster, but then they'll cap out their learning eventually. Supplying, we don't really need. We've got plenty of dupes that have that. It could help them like bring food to the thing. So basically just ignore supplying and researching. They would just be a +2 cook. Uncultured and frostproof is nice, but we're not on an ice-cold map, so frostproof is a moot point. Plant murderer means they can't help with anything, and we don't have enough food to cook to have someone just doing cooking. So this dupe, at first glance, looks like they might be all right, but they're not great. So we're just going to take the copper. Like we were just talking about, the fact that we don't have that many resources means we need to not... Nope. So caught that in time. Oh, shit. Real quick, let's build a tile here. I want that water to gradually flow this way. In fact, let's replace that with a mesh tile. Also, can we strategically relocate some Sweetles? Like, we don't need all these Sweetles over here. What we could do, move one over here. Then we can move one up here. We've got ones on all of those plants. Where else do we have plants growing that we need Sweetle tending? Connecting the chat. What happened? We kind of need to start ranching. We don't have any fossil on this planet. So in order for us to get steel, we need eggshells. Oh god, so yeah, we need to get a few things sorted out, and then we really need to start ranching hard. Grab you improved carry 2. Improved strength there. And the cool thing is, once we've melted this area out... Mr. Ben, raiding with a party of 7. How the heckaroonie are you? Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Nethercloud. I stream Monday through Saturday, noon to 6, at least. We're trying to do some early and late starts and ends. Guys, go check out Mr. Ben. Does some awesome stuff. One of the nicest dudes I've ever met. He helped us get the RimWorld TTK going when we were doing the integration day, and he didn't have to do that, and he did, so wonderful. I stream RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're doing Oxygen Not Included on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we'll be doing Satisfactory on Saturdays for a little while, since 1.0 has just been freaking awesome. Let's snip that now. But how are you? How was your stream? What were you doing? DayZ. Heck yeah. I never got into DayZ, but I know plenty of people that have, so hope you had a good time. We're starting to get our Ani colony reasonably stable. Council of Roses gifted a tier 1 sub to Mr. Ben. Thank you so much, Council. I appreciate that a lot. Monetary support, as always, is appreciated but never required. I am doing my very best to be a good streamer and make this my main gig, but, you know, I'm never going to stop streaming. Even if I had to change my schedule, if I had to go and get, like, a quote-unquote normal job, paying it forward. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. All right, so you're just standing there doing nothing. Odd. Okay. Okay, so we're storing ice up here. Okay, let's get the automation wire hooked up to the battery. See, now coal is going to go. I should set up a box up here for coal. Okay, let's do that. Let's do an airflow tile right there, and then let's put a box over here for coal. What's this set to? 50 and 100? 50 and 100 is nice. This thing, we need a lot of stuff. Let's do, like, literally, like, 99 batches of copper for now. Okay. That being said, are we researching anything currently? I don't think we are. Since we need to get into ranching, let's at least get the ranching stuff sorted out reasonably quickly. I'm going to select that, yeah, because we're going to want incubators. Yeah, I didn't even consider that. Oh, man, if I'd have thought of that early on, we'd have been into ranching already. We kind of really need that to be a thing. We can't make steel without lime, and the only access to lime we have is to use eggshells. So we are going to need a lot of eggshells. Also, our coal supply is not amazing. Yeah, I completely forgot. I didn't even consider that. I was like, oh yeah, we'll get industry up and running, and I'm like, wait. Eggshells. Yeah, I mean, we don't have any poke shells on the map, so that's not really an option, but... And we're already rotating water. Excellent. I'm going to set that to sweep only for now. Alright, dupes need more projects. Let's get this water sorted out down here. Basically, I'm just trying to consolidate water and do a few things. Actually, let's start working on the ranches. We don't have a lot of space, but this is probably, temperature-wise, we should be okay to run hatches down here. I've only got 3 tons of sedimentary. So we're not flush with rock either, so we're gonna have to do a few things. Okay, let's start getting the ranches built and worry about how we're gonna feed everything eventually. Let's get you down there. Now we don't have 96 tiles. What would 96 be? 96 would be there. Man, okay, so we're not gonna... Can't standardize ranches. Ugh. Let's see, okay, so we gotta do a little bit of thinking. Standard size ranch, I'd go out to there and then use the doors to corral them. Is that something I want to try to do, or is that just gonna knock out a whole bunch of... We do have these things producing heat over here. We could put those in the ranch, or we could just make an awkward size ranch. See, that's 99. Other side of the water over here. Problem with this is it's so cold the hatches will die. Yeah, it's cold enough the hatches will die on that side. It's the other reason. It's the other reason I don't want to break this out just yet. I think we're not going to make more than one hatch ranch right now because we don't have enough to feed them. So I think we just go with like an awkward size, like an awkward shaped ranch. We'll go 99 here. So we'll put our door here. Shouldn't have any reason to get up here, but for the sake of dupes being idiots, we'll do that. Put that there. We'll throw in a couple of airflow tiles down here, but mostly do normal tiles. And we're currently researching the ranching stuff, so that'll be the size of our ranch for now. Does mean we can put incubators out here, which is good. The hatches will help with the coal, and I do want to strip mine out this area, but we need to get this stuff done and dusted as well. Yeah, we've got a lot of digging to do. We've got a lot of water consolidation to do, so... Also, for some reason, I didn't finish the fire pole there. Oh, right. What priority do we have these on? We have these on a 9. Let's put these on an 8. We don't want the base power going down, but we want to make sure these get delivered coal. Same thing. What is this on? This is on a 6. Let's up that to a 7. We'll copy settings. Put this one on a 6 instead of a 7. Yeah, we've already pulled this piece of ice up a couple of degrees. This is gonna be a weird one. Okay, so we've got industry. We're working on building ranches, or a ranch. We might want to start ranching the floxes. You are good down to what? Livable range, -60 to 100C. Oh, okay. So they're fine. But the pike apple that they eat is -55 to -14. Let me think about this. Do we have access to any liquids that aren't going to freeze at -20, -30? Do we have salt water, and what is salt water's freeze temperature? We do have 2 tons of salt water. What is the freeze temperature on salt water? -7, so that's not going to hold. So we would need to ranch the floxes and make some ethanol in order to put a liquid lock that would lock in the temperature. Okay, this is going to be This is going to be awkward. We've got a lot of wild animals around the map, but we are actually out of eggshells that we can access. We already crushed it all up into lime. And it's not a lot. So, what do we got? We've got 5 kilos of lime. And we need 10 kilos for 100 kilos of... Okay, that's going to be a whole thing. We also need refined carbon. Fun. Okay, so refined carbon. I'm going to set that on do forever. Because we're going to need as much steel as we can get our grubby little mitts on. We need to put down... Let's get this water dropped down here. Okay, I got that right. Liquid pipe. Temperature in here is negative. Okay, wonderful. We're going to have to go with insulated pipe on this one, which is going to take considerably longer to build, and I don't have it researched yet, so... Yay, stuff. Okay, so that water is going to drop down there. Hopefully not make too much of a mess. We also kind of need more or less a junk water tank, like, you know, polluted water, random bits of salt water, you know, anywhere that, like, the waters are mixed. Like, this is going to wind up being a mixed water tank, but I don't know if I want to pump all of the junk water up here. And this is going to be weird because... Some of the water is turning to ice that gets dropped down here because it's freezing freaking cold over here. More than freezing cold over here. So we kind of need to... We might need to top this off a little bit here and there up until this starts heating up even more. And in the meanwhile... Alright, we're still working on the ranching. We'll dig all of that out. Some of those bits of sand are going to drop, so let's make sure to queue up. Let's do alternating bits. That'll be fine. That can go there. Just trying to plan this out so they don't trap themselves. I'm trying to dig out as much of this down here as I can, just so that we can get access to all of the coal. Because we're going to be running off of coal power a little while. We'll be able to augment our coal power and everything else with our natural gas geyser over here for a while. But that's going to take a minute for us to get to. We kind of need to... We need to be able to actually tame it. So realistically, I'd like to have a piece of steel. We don't have gold amalgam on this map, so that's a problem. So we need to get enough steel for a gas pump. Gas pumps are how much? 50. So we need to get one batch of steel done somehow. And that one batch of steel can go into a gas pump for a natural gas geyser. We can then pump that natural gas out of there reliably once we, vacuum it out and we're not getting other gases as well. We can burn that in petroleum or in natural gas generators, which will output carbon dioxide and polluted water. The polluted water could go into this whole melting blah 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 system or whatever. Yeah, the liquid water that's left up here, you see it's dropping in temperature, and some of it's going to turn to ice. So we'll probably have to keep topping this off until we get a nice, like, melty bit going on up here. And then we can also get down here and dig out the, like, little bits and pieces of this. We don't want to dig this one out because this is sitting on here. And as it starts melting stuff downward, we're going to have to start moving the pump further and further down. We've got literally liquid carbon dioxide here, so... one of the reasons I want to use this as our temporary industry is not just because of the shape and the temperature, but the fact that we've got the anti-entropy thermal nullifier here. There's another one over here, and there's another one over here. I'd really like to build a SPOM around the thermal nullifier so that we can make use of it to help chill the oxygen. It'll be fun. It's a project I've been wanting to do for a little while. Basically, when we make our SPOM, we're going to make a Hydra SPOM. Cozy playthrough, so unless I'm doing a challenge playthrough, I will allow myself liquid and gas infinite storage, and as such, building a Hydra submerged SPOM is on the menu. So we would make it so that the thermal nullifier exists within the oxygen chamber and has a gas valve shut off so that when the oxygen is below a certain temperature, it'll stop allowing hydrogen in, and so we'll have a thermo sensor in there with it. The other side will be our hydrogen, which is going to be used to power it. And once our hydrogen goes above a certain pressure, we'll allow that to go into the nullifier. So our overflow hydrogen, instead of being taken out to go into the base or just stored forever and not used for anything, will actually go in to help cool our oxygen. We'll probably still need to actively cool the oxygen with a cooling loop somehow or another, but again, we'll worry about that another time when we get there. We've also got a hydrogen vent down here, which we can use for power, or we could pump the hot hydrogen into a thermal nullifier through insulated pipes, and the nullifiers will then provide cold. So from hot hydrogen, we could provide cold. But the thermal nullifiers are really, really bad at producing enough cold to chill a base. We would have to do some crazy overpressurization stuff, like build a box around it and then set up a system so that we could massively overfill it with hydrogen, because hydrogen's going to store more temperature than oxygen or CO2 or any of the other gases we have access to currently. And so we'd have to give enough hydrogen in there for thermal mass to, like, sustain enough of that. Then we'd have to build a thermal injector setup using a mechanized airlock to go into a cooling brick, whether that's another fluid or metal tiles, which our cooling loop would run through. I think it's going to be a lot simpler just to get ourselves to a steam turbine aqua tuner setup, ATST setup. Of course you would jump like an idiot. Freaking dupes. What are you doing up here? What are you doing up here? Storing meat. Oh, you're grabbing the meat from the Sweetles that cycled. Okay, speaking of food. Alright, we need to bring a few more mealwood back online, because we are not... Actually, how many grub fruit seeds do we have? We have 19 grub fruit seeds. How long... 8 cycles, so a lot longer than the mealwood. Alright, temperature-wise, we're still good here. Let's get down... Nope. I don't want to remove those airflow tiles. Let's put them down right here. Put these down here. Higher priority. We'll get some of those planted, and then we probably want to get down the grub fruits as well, just because we've got sulfur, so... They provide a good amount of calories. 10 kilos of sulfur per day. How much sulfur do we already have on hand? 17 tons. Yeah, we should definitely be doing grub fruits. What's the temperature requirement on these bad boys? 15 to 50. It's a good temperature over here, but I also don't want to get too far ahead of our airflow. We've got airflow. We're trying to get hydrogen up there. I think we're going to want to shave a little bit here. I'd kind of like to get this place blocked off, but we've got free food up there. Over here. So... Plume squash. Alright, so we should have plenty of copper coming in to do a few projects as well. Namely, we could start getting switched over to conductive wire when we get a little bit more in stock. And we do want ladders across there so they can dig that stuff out. We're still researching. Oh, right. I have our researcher set to do... we need our researcher back on research. So second to that. Okay. Uptick that. So we were talking about priorities and how they work. So what we're going to do for our researcher, this is a great example. We've double upticked researching and cooking. So those are their two primary things. If there's any researching or cooking to be done, they won't do any of the other stuff. If there's not, they'll do operating next because that's upticked. The double uptick in ranching is just kind of a cheeky thing you can do. This is so that if we're moving stuff, ranchers will sometimes go and wrangle the creature and then leave it sit there tied up. So if you have everybody set to ranching, people will just go over and pick them up and drop them off, even though they're not a rancher. But since nobody has the ranching skill other than the ranchers, we can do that. So just kind of ignore that. That's just like kind of an advanced tooltip status thing. But we've got them upticked in cooking and researching, right? So they're always going to research first, or they're always going to research or cook first. Now down here, we've got our two research facilities. They're set at a 5. I just set our grill at a 6. So our researcher, if there is food to be cooked, they'll go, hey, I have equal priority on researching and cooking, but this stove has a higher priority than the research buildings, so I'm going to go cook first. So now whenever there are raw food to be cooked, they will go and cook first and then go and research. So it's a nifty way to kind of prioritize. That's why it's important to use both the priorities from here as well as the priorities on the building, because you can really fine-tune what you're doing as far as duplicate labor. Okay, and then... I think we want to get all that dug out as well. We basically just want to be able to pump this water over somewhere. But it is cold over there. Our research is done. So, critter drop-off is going to go there. We're going to do 2 critter feeders. Actually, hold on. Let's put the grooming station here. Then the critter feeders here and here. What else do we need? We're going to need room for incubators when they get done. I'm going to build a lot of airflow tiles just to make sure our base stays oxygenated properly. And we're going to try and get as many of these little crack blocks and as much coal as we can get our grubby little mitts on, as well as much... oh, you, sir. Let's move you up here. We are dropping all of our hatches that are wild over here. Since this main chamber is so huge, they'll never get crowded. And since we don't have them tamed, they will just continue to replace themselves. So we've got what, 7 hatches here, all of them wild. So whenever they age out, they turn into meat, which immediately gets cooked right here. And the eggshells get processed. So finding all of the wild hatches on the map, finding all the wild everything on the map is very useful in that regard. Okay, 46 tons of dirt makes me feel a lot happier. So more or less strip mining out some stuff. All right, they're moving the hatch. That's good. We may want to refill in the bottom here. There is more sandstone in a tile than what you build. So, like, there's 960 kilos here. And there's 729, or there's, damn it, how much is needed? 200. So, even though you lose half mass, so let's say a ton to round up, right? And it goes down to 500, and then you need 200. So we can build 2.5 tiles worth of sandstone tiles for digging out this natural sandstone tile. So it does pay to dig out that stuff. There we go. Get that up there ASAP. Trying to think what I'm missing over here in the ranch. I feel like there were some other things we need to put in. What am I missing? Drop off. Like the pickup doesn't matter because we're gonna do that. We don't have automation sorted out yet, so we can't automate stuff. We're not going to be shearing the hatches. Oh, we do have automation. We just don't have anybody capable of building it yet. So we'll deal with that shortly. Yeah, I think that's good. How many tiles did we have? It was 99 here. Right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to slap down a door and an airflow tile. That'll trap all the hatches in this area to make it easier to access. But they'll still see the whole freaking room. Also, since you can put industrial machinery in a ranch, if we need to, we can put coal generators and whatever down here as well. Wrangle, wrangle, wrangle. Yeah, we got to get heavy into ranching. That was dumb of me. Where do we want to put down grub fruit plants? We've got a lot of cold. New printables. Ooh, fungal spores. If we had pips to plant the fungal spores, they could be very handy. Agriculture, building. I don't want to take anybody with a single interest at this point, even if they are decent at whatever, because we already have someone farming and ranching. We don't need another builder. We needed another builder for a long time, but we've sorted that out. So I'm going to take the fungal spore. Maybe at one point we'll need it. Domesticated fungal spores require slime, and we have 0 slime on this map or any way of producing slime. So growing them is out of the question until we get pips or get access to another planet that has slime biomes, or get access to puffed, so we could do a puffed ranch and use that to create slime. A lot of loops we can do here, but does make sense to get spindly grub fruits down, but also, like, the math on... We'll have to do some math on that, but we've got plenty of sulfur to feed them for now. I am so annoyed that our liquid sulfur vent is up here inside of the magma. That is just... Ugh, you know what I mean? And it's on this side of the magma. So if we wanted to get access to that, what we would have to do is chop out a good chunk of this area over here, vacuum it out so we're dealing with a vacuum chamber, and then delete out tiles underneath the magma and drop it into a magma tank. Now, I'm not against magma tanks, but until we get to a point where we have suits and we have access to materials that are less likely to vaporize than water, doing that is just not a safe activity. So we definitely want to play with this magma. I do love me some magma to play with, but we need to do it safely, you know. Now, the reason I said we might want to build this in is our carbon skimmer is over here. If we did have access to slime, we could fill in all these little gaps down here and just put down, with farm tiles, and just put down fungal spores and grow mushrooms. What's our temperature on the left side? Is it freezing? I think we could pump this liquid. How did the Sweetle get out of here? Actually, I'm not sure how we don't have a Sweetle up here anymore, but whatever. How are our skills coming along? Thriller. I'm actually going to give them demolition. I'm not overly concerned in general about demolition, but I'd like to get some of this stuff demolished and the hell out of our way. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to worry too much about the spindly grub fruit. See, now the problem is we've got 20,000 calories of meal lice, so even though we like the priorities for our cooking for the sake of doing that, we don't like the fact that we're not going to be getting a lot of research done currently. So we kind of need to get someone who can cook on the team. One electrolyzer can support up to 8 dupes. It's 888 grams a second of oxygen. Each dupe requires 100 grams a second, so you can support 8.8 dupes in theory. With overpressurization and all other little variables, once you get to 8, it can start to get a little up and down depending on a few factors. I try not to go more than 8 on a single one. Sometimes you want to have 2 of them running, even if you only have 8 dupes. It depends on a lot of different things, right? Everything depends with this game. Also, we could start trying to get together a more or less like central storage area. I suppose we don't want liquefiable stuff here. I'm going to take this off of sweep only. I want any liquefiable stuff up here. Yeah, you can see how we're already starting to melt a few things out here. Do we want to activate these? Also, do we have... Okay, so we're trying to get that next tier of ranching stuff so we can get incubators. Because we would like to build an evolution chamber, so to speak. I think we need 2 of those for that. Evolution chamber. Where do we want to put an evolution chamber? I don't want to get too cramped into too many spaces. I'm trying to build on the right here so that we could eventually build some stuff out on the left over here, because I think this is where we're going to wind up putting our main kitchen over here. Obviously, this is going to stay our research facility. This lines up right with this neutronium, so we're probably going to build a floor straight across here. Whatever research facility stuff we need is going to get put in here, into a laboratory. So botanical research, orbital research, all of that is going to get put in here. This stuff could... These batteries could get moved out of here, but it's so cold over there, we might as well leave them just to help with the temperature. Oh, we've even got our first round of bristleberry coming in from over here. We could theoretically switch over to gristleberry, which is the cooked version of bristleberry. Problem with that is it chews up water, and water is a limited resource for us. So until we can get to our second planet and or find the loops we need to keep water flowing, what we see is what we get. Between the pockets of water and the ice that we can melt, that's the water we're going to get. So we're gonna not switch over to water-based food until we can do water-based food without risking dying from suffocation. We need our water for air. We've got a state change thing going on here. It's solidifying and melting over and over again. And so now we're dumping both polluted and regular water in there, which is fine because there's always going to be enough of any given one, and we'll just pump more in. Polluted water. So it's 400 kilos of any material. So we've got 500 kilos of water, so that's going to be a batch worth. Then if more polluted water winds up in there, then that. The other issue is I should have made these out of insulated pipes. They're probably going to break, but... we'll see. Yeah, we need to get insulated pipes. I think we want to focus on getting this stuff built more than anything. We've got a few other projects kicking about, but we need to get that stuff built so we can start the ranching process. Even though we need the eggshells, I'm going to start the ranching process very slowly. We're going to start with 1 hatch in here. That way we can keep the wild hatches as wild food. All of these sweetles are wild. The sweetles will still tend the plants and make them grow faster, even though they're wild. So, okay, here's what I think we do. We've got wild grub fruits over here. So in between the wild ones, why don't we stick down a few of these? And then we'll put that there. And we'll stick down some domesticated grub fruit over there, start getting those going as well, because we've got the temperature for them to work. Where else can we stick these? We could put a grub fruit ranch. Actually, yeah, hang on. Let's cancel that. Let's delete these tiles and start digging our way across here. Right? And that'll get us space to do a few things. As far as grub fruit grows, let's do some food math. Right? So every 8 cycles, these produce 2,000 calories. Jesus. Okay, so this turns spindly grub fruit 800 calories into 1,200 calories. Grub fruit preserves gets us an extra 400. This will only matter as long as we have sucrose, so we're going to focus on this. Barbecue, frost buns. Okay, so we need 1,000 calories a day. All right, let's get a little calculator action going. Let me share main monitor so you can see the calculator. So what we're talking about, we've got 2,000 calories every 8 cycles. So 2,000 divided by 8 is 250. So we get 250 every cycle. Okay, let's do the other math first. So 800 to 1,200. So if we divide 800 by 1,200, 66. So that's not right, right? So we need to multiply by 1.5. Yeah, so cooked, it's a 1.5 multiplier because 800 turns into 1,200. So if we say 2,000 times 1.5, so every 8 cycles we get 3,000 calories as long as it's cooked. Divided by 8 cycles, that means for each plant we get 375 per cycle. So 1,000 divided by 375. We need 2.66 plants per dupe. We have 6 dupes. So if we wanted to feed them entirely on spindly grub fruit, we would need 16 plants. And as far as sulfur goes, I didn't add it to the list. 16 plants, that means 160 kilos of sulfur. So 160, because it's 10 kilos per cycle, so 160 per cycle. So 19,200 divided by 160. So if we are going off of just the sulfur we have without mining any extra, if we put down 16 spindly grub fruit plants, we can sustain all 6 of our dupes for 120 cycles. I think that's a good plan. So what is 16? That is 16. So literally we can just go like that. And then we can get off of the mealwood. We have plenty of uses for dirt in theory, but we only have one use for sulfur. So we should be using the resource that we need for sulfur. We're going to put down, let's say, an airflow tile here. And let's do this. Actually, let's cancel one in the middle-ish. And let's put an airflow tile here. And we might break some of this abyssalite to do more. So we can get this off the ground, and then literally we've got until cycle like 180, as long as we don't take on any more dupes. If we take on more dupes, we'll have to do more math on it. But considering we have wild food, that 16 should be more than enough. So we can get these starting to go. Once they're spun up, we can start to spin down the mealwood, because we've got 21 tons of sulfur and 41 tons of dirt. But we're going to go through that dirt real fast, so... Got 34.8 tons of coal. Okay. We want to come down here. We want to... Oh, you know what? We should have put a storage box down here. All right, let's do that before we get this going. We'll move this over. This is going to be set to sedimentary rock for now. Same thing over here. Hello, Evil. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Welcome to the cozy flipped asteroid. It's cozy because we're not doing any crazy challenges. How you doing today? Good, good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. All right, we've got plenty more sulfur to dig out as well. So, yeah, we have well over 100 cycles worth of sulfur to run spindly grub fruit. So let's make use of that while we can. It'll eventually run out, but by the time we get to a cycle 180, this is oxygen not included. It's a colony builder. You start out with 3 duplicants, these little guys running around here, and you have to build a sustainable colony. You start in a very small area, like this big, with the printing pod. Excuse me. And basically you have to do research to get new technology. You can pump water and move gases and refine metals. Eventually you can get up to space. We're playing on the flipped asteroid, so usually the magma is at the bottom core of the planet, but we're playing on an upside-down asteroid. So we'll have to go through the magma if we want to get up into space and launch rockets to go to other planets. We have a star map that's in a hex pattern. Our planet is here, then there are like planetary bodies here. These might be other planetoids we can land on or other stuff in space. And as we fly out and scan, we can see other stuff and eventually get out to other planets. Somewhere out here is something called the temporal tear, and that's one of the win conditions, is to send a dupe through the temporal tear. Of course, question away. Have I ever frozen a Kit Kat? I don't think I have, but that sounds pretty delicious. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ladder. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying not to eat candy right now. I have put on a lot of weight ever since my surgeries ended, so I'm trying real hard not to eat candy at the moment. It's, because of my stomach condition, I desperately need to lose. Why is that 98 degrees? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Oh, shit. God damn it, Abyssalite. Emergency build that. Abyssalite has this thing. It's not supposed to interact with stuff, but it interacts with gases. Quick, 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 quick. Emergency. You're gonna get scalded, but... That was dumb. Yeah, they're getting scalded. They have to fix this. They'll be fine. I missed that. That was something I should have been paying attention to. She's building through the block. Yeah, so... Awkward thing. This stuff is supposed to be a perfect insulator, and it doesn't interact with most stuff, but since this abyssalite here is at 1200 degrees, it will interact with gases and liquids that touch it directly. So because this hydrogen was touching it directly, it heated up the hydrogen well over 100 C, and they started getting scalded. So we had to put insulated tiles right here, and that'll prevent leakage. That was dumb of me. There were yellow ones here, but I was like, oh, we'll just rip across there, it's fine. I could replace these. Like, as soon as you dig these out, the debris won't interact with anything temperature-wise at all. but because they're still solid natural tiles, yeah, that could have been real bad. That could have overheated our whole like section over here. Could have like scalded a dupe pretty bad. So okay, we'll be all right. Over 70C scalds your dupes, and your dupes can die. So, I don't know if you noticed, but when they got scalded, they had two bars. One of them is their breathing bar, and the other one is their health bar. When their health goes to 0, they get knocked out, and if they don't get doctor treatment quick, then they die. And then everybody in the colony gets upset, and then has mood breaks, and can smash things, or do, like, horrible stuff. So we're going to try and avoid that. We're not on, like, hardcore difficulty here, but I would prefer not to have duplicants die on a run that's supposed to be a chill run, you know what I mean? It's been a long time since I've had a dupe die, at least a few playthroughs, so... Like Cult of the Lamb, they are very similar. Yes, yes. Cult of the Lamb is a colony builder that also has a dungeon crawler aspect to it. This doesn't have the dungeon crawler aspect, but other than that, it's like Cult of the Lamb. We bring on dupes. It's not as violent and like you're not trying to kill your dupes. Your dupes will live forever. They don't have an age. So unless you get them killed by scalding them or suffocating them, they're gonna live indefinitely, and you'll be able to get them better and grow their abilities and stuff like that. So not exactly, but very similar concept. Colony builder. We play a couple of colony builders on this channel. We do RimWorld on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We were doing Ani Tuesdays and Thursdays for a long time, but took a make a joke. Go for it. As long as it's respectful and doesn't, you know, bully or be like mean to any group of people, all jokes are welcome. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. These guys moving is driving me crazy. Okay, so we're gradually going to melt this stuff. Alright, we've got a lot of copper kicking about, so we should be able to get a few refined metal projects going here. We're going to go with 7 creatures while this is still manual. Hatch and hatchling. How old are you? 17. Perfect. Let's move you down to here. You could get to it when you get to it. Let's up the priority on building this. We're going to lock these upper doors so they don't do stupid stuff with their pathing. Get the sedimentary rock in there. What are we researching? Alright, we're almost done with the second tier of ranching stuff. Deers when they hear a twig snap. Nah, bro, I'm out of here. Also deers when they see a 2-ton truck heading straight for them. Ah, yeah. I've had a deer hit my car. And you heard that right. The deer, I didn't hit the deer hit my car. I'm driving down the road, thing full speed, plows right into the side. Funny part is my buddy was sleeping with his head up against the window. Deer hit right on the other side of the glass. He woke up to a deer's face being on the other side of a piece of glass to him. Luckily the glass didn't break, so... Alright, skills-wise, what do we got? You're one of our maintainers, Devo. Let's get Devo into approved carry as well. Thank you, Nightbot. Nightbot is posting up the links to the Discord and the YouTube. If you guys want to see all of my Ani and RimWorld playthroughs, they'll be up there on the Discord, on the YouTube. If you want to join the community, come over, say hi. Hang out, talk games, and all that stuff. The Discord link's up there. I won't be on Discord tonight, most likely. I've got dinner plans and stuff to do afterwards. But I am on there a lot of nights. You know what? These guys are not doing anything. So let's move these guys down here. I also think deers have 5 brain cells. It's, I grew up where there are plenty of deer, and it does seem like they're trying to get themselves killed sometimes, but, you know, in their defense, they don't know about technology, you know? Do we have insulated pipes yet? No. Alright, so we're going to get those. I'm going to sweep this whole bottom area on a low priority, just so it's driving me nuts. I think it bothers me more that there's debris places than it bothers the dupes. Okay, and another thing we should do... Let's put a box here to put all of our sulfur in. Alright, so we don't have research selected. Let's get ourselves into insulated pipes. I need those for a lot of projects, right? Let's head down this path. That'll get us insulated and radiant pipes. We're going to need those for, like, everything. Okay, so it's going to take a little while for those to get sorted out. Big problem is they're going to take wild eggs and put them in here, and I don't want them to do that, so... there's ways around that. Something I don't want to deal with right now, though. There was this meme on the internet. The text on the screen said, "The council will decide your fate," and it showed 3 kittens. Hell yeah. I love cats. I love cat memes. I am a proud cat dad. Aww. Yeah, I share pictures of my kitty on Discord all the time. He is adorable. Wait, do you eat sulfur? Oof. Let's not let them eat that. I don't think they can eat it out of the box, so let's get that stuff swept immediately into the box, guys. It's funny because I'm always like, liquid sulfur vents, absolutely worthless. In this playthrough, I'm like, oh, we should totally get liquid sulfur vents. It'll be cool. We could chill that down, use the sulfur to feed grub fruits, use that with sleet wheat and bristleberries, and make ourselves some mixed berry pie. Really badass food for our duplicants. And now the sulfur vent is inside of the lava. Still going to be a goal of ours, but it's going to take a lot longer to pull online than I would have liked. What kind of food are we looking at? 73,000. I'm going to uproot these. I know I just planted them, but now that we've got the grub fruits going and we've got Sweetles tending them, I'm pretty stoked. Printables. Joya seeds are pretty good. Creativity, husbandry, and Luddite I hate. Flatulent I'm not trying to have. Let's bring Joya seeds in here. I'm an idiot. I broke the mess hall. We need to fix that ASAP. Damn it, Ellie. Where are you going with that? Fine. Yep, just bring it back up there. Alright, did I fix the room bonus? We fixed the room bonus. Alright, cool. Is this a Great Hall? Great Hall. Perfect. That's what we want it to be. Okay, we are working on insulated pipe. Okay. I kind of want to start ripping this apart over here so that we can start pumping this water. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put 2 tiles in over here. And we're gonna dig across, and that should dump this water like into here, and that'll be a temporary spot, and we'll pump it out of there. Because I want to start tearing this all apart over here, because we've got all these little cracks that could be additional hatches, it could be muckroot, it could be any number of things. Plus we've got a lot of coal over here, which we need to keep power up for now. We're going to have to find alternate sources of power besides coal. If we have to, we'll run the place on duplicant power, but I don't want to have everybody running on wheels. Also, the spindly grub fruit's probably wilted because of the hydrogen up here. We need to get that hydrogen over here. That's why I was trying to shave this off. Yeah, we might have to just move some of that nonsense. For the eventuality of possibly getting 2 more dupes, I'm going to put those tables in there. We've already got beds for up to 8 people. We're definitely not going over 8 people until such a time as we can tell how many we'll be able to support long term, or when we get over to our other planet and realize we have enough to do what we need to do. Dig out those small pieces of granite up there. And gradually our researcher is going to get done stuff. Our researcher cooks first, then researches, so... Oop, another hatch. This is what I mean about digging stuff out for the sake of finding stuff. Every time we dig out a crack, we have the potential to find another animal or find another whatever. Other thing is I'd like to get over here so we can get access to all this sleet wheat. So that's something we got to start working on as well. Let's say we start digging this way as well. Right? So we're at that stage in the game where it's like, let's claim our territory while we do research. We basically just have to keep sucrose. Do you excrete sucrose? Is that how you work? You eat sulfur and excrete sucrose? You do. Oh, man. That's cool. So if we get to the point where we can actually access, when we get to the point where we can access our sulfur geyser and we could reliably cool it down enough to solidify it, we could ranch Sweetles to get sucrose, and then we can use the sulfur to fertilize grub fruits and feed some of the sulfur to the Sweetles, and then we can use the sucrose and the grub fruits to make grub fruit preserves, which they like. That would be a nice loop. I've never done that food loop before, so I think we might try to get to that as our interim food. It's going to take a lot of time, of course. Check something real quick. Okay, here's what I want to do. I want to put that there, and I want to do this. That way we can make sure the Sweetles stay down here, and we can put one up here. Deconstruct that door. Let's demolish that. Spindly grub fruit, 800 calories. Okay. Now, I think we have enough grub fruit seeds to plant all of this, even without having to, Yeah, and I don't think the Sweetles can eat the sulfur. Wonderful. Gradually taming down that hatch. Cheers, everybody. How's everybody doing? We got like an hour and a half or so left in stream. I have been going late a lot, or trying to go late more, but I have plans this evening, so we won't be going late. So we'll be ending right at 6 o'clock, which is in an hour 15. So we've got plenty of time to get more stuff done. Even on 1X, you can get a lot done in this game. If you've got a good team of dupes and you're multitasking a little bit. Yeah, this hydrogen buildup, we need this to go over here. I think we're going to strip mine this out and then just build this down so that it's just, there's nowhere for the hydrogen to go up here. That's another project. So many projects, right? 2, 3, 4. So we're going to go here. Because these spindly grub fruits are not going to grow up here anyway. So let's start pulling this place apart. Okay. That'll do. Projects for them to do. Yep, and we're still sucking the cold from this over to here to help cool this down. Do we want to go... Let's put another temp shift plate like there. Let's just overdo it a little bit. Put a little juice on it. We're almost done with insulated pipes, which means we can start getting this water pumped over. I mean, our tank is hugely full, but we could switch over some of our stuff to working on... Basically, we could pump stuff from from this water over to our electrolyzer. We got to get some of this water out of our way, is basically what it comes down to. So we got Thriller over here digging. Now this Wheezewort... We're gonna... We don't have a lot... We don't have access to phosphorite. So I don't really want to uproot too many of the Wheezewort. I think what we're going to end up doing is probably putting our radiation research somewhere over here because we've got some naturally growing Wheezewort. We might get some radiation messages, but I'm going to dig out those tiles so that we can gain access to this sleet wheat. I think we dig that stuff out and replace these tiles down here with that. So we're taming the map, tomorrow we're going to be back on our RimWorld playthrough. We've got... I think we're like around 26,000, somewhere between 25 and 30,000 wealth, which is not the greatest place to be with pawns that only have bow and arrows. We do have a few great bows, which is way better than the recurve bows, but not by much. We've got a couple of basic guns, nothing crazy. We really need to get that moving and grooving, because do we not have the ability to wait in copper? Right, we've got a lot of CO2 over here, which is not good. Probably going to get a radiation warning on this guy. No, maybe not. We want to be able to give our farmer access to as much wild food as possible. Now, we've got a lot of, like, temperature bleed around this map, so, like, this whole ice biome is gradually starting to melt out. That's one of the reasons I want to try and get this water pumped into our tank or in some sort of reasonably safe location before it I mean, we could always run it through filtration, but... Yeah, we've got some interesting projects. The whole sulfur grub fruit thing is something I think I'm going to enjoy messing with. It's not like... It's not something I've ever actually done before. And also, since we do have these Mammoths and Floxes from the Frosty DLC... we can mess with their loops as well. Insulated tile or insulated pipe. Let's not do it out of sandstone. Well, actually, yeah, probably out of sandstone. Just because it's a close by local material. We are getting... See, all of this hydrogen that we want coming up here is going over here. All of this hydrogen is potential power that we're not getting on our grid. So, that's why I want to get this dug out and filled back in. Also, let's check temperature. I want to make sure I don't accidentally expose people to scalding hot temperatures again. And I mean, honestly, we're kind of more or less at the stage of ant farm. Like, we've got little projects to do here and there, but we're gonna hit the 3 button. I very rarely go at a 3 speed on colony builders, but we've got so much work queued up right now, and there's no real specific stuff that we need to get done other than get these projects sorted out. We'll drop back to a 1 when we need to queue up more work, like ladders here. 57 tons of dirt, 22 tons of sulfur. Finally got a little bit of phosphorite, but it doesn't really matter. Got to dig that out in order for our pump to work. And eventually, this whole map will be ripped to pieces, and we'll have massive control over what's going on. Everything is kind of temporary at this stage of the game. Yeah, they're going to put the wild eggs in there. Really can't be helped. I can try and keep an eye on it to micromanage it, but... it's fine. If we wind up with... we don't need to keep every animal wild. Yep. So we watched the ant farm for a little while. It's been really great to get back on Ani. The break was good. It gave me some perspective on what I wanted to do. The Frosty Planet DLC is an awesome DLC. I think it adds a lot to the game, but it is something you kind of have to dial in to do it the way you like. It's right out of the box. It doesn't, unless you're specifically trying to approach it from the intended Frosty Planet itself, like go onto the Frosty Planet and do an Embrace the Cold playthrough. You really need to fiddle with the settings to get it the way you want to. We turned on we picked a non-Frosty Planet Asteroid because I like the smaller Asteroid. The Frosty one is a little on the large side. Do we have enough in here? We do not. So too much of this froze before we started melting this out more. New printables. Let's check that out. We're going to have to pump some more in there. Ooh, grubfruit seeds, excavation machinery, unconstructive. No thank you. Pacifist is fine. Strength, medicine, agriculture, not what we're looking for. Cuisine, creativity. God. We don't necessarily need digging. Trivaldo would be good, except it cannot do digging, but... Hold on a second. Let me think about if we want to take Trivaldo here. We're on a small planet, so the digging will get done eventually. This would give us a dedicated cook who could do art on the side. It would change our math a little bit on the spindly grub fruit, but I think with the extra sulfur we're mining out, we'd still get 100 cycles out of it, plus we still have plenty of dirt at the moment, and we're digging up more. This would let our researcher research and not have to do food. I kind of think we need to take Trivaldo. Like, we're at that stage where research is kind of the most important thing, because we just need to get everything researched. I don't like dupes that can't dig, but he could help haul. If he runs out of food to cook and morale to make, he could help everybody haul and store things. Our team's not perfect, so I think we take Trivaldo. Yeah, we need our researcher researching. And that gets us someone to do art. All right, Trivaldo, welcome to the colony. Let's get you your own schedule. The hour stagger, I've literally run a colony of, like, I think it was 24, 40. I've run a colony of massive number of dupes on like 3 or 4 toilets just from like staggering schedule properly. Okay, into priorities. Julie is no longer going to cook as a top priority. She is going to research, then operate. I think we can leave everything else flat. I mean, she's not good at a lot of stuff, but she can help with a few things. Then Trivaldo over here, you are going to cook at all times and decorate. Decorate second. Nobody else needs to decorate. Not that we need to exit out. They can't decorate without the skill, but let's set some stuff here. Nobody needs to research except Julie. We don't want anybody who's not our researcher researching. It'll just go so much slower, so set that to X. Rocketry, we don't really, again, something we don't have to set, but we don't want anybody doing that. Same thing with doctoring. We don't want anybody doctoring who's not a doctor. Toggling life support, attacking. Double uptick the digger on that, because digging is what makes that a thing. So Julie is going to research and then operate. She doesn't need to cook anymore, which is crazy because she's up to a 6 now. Tom is farming and ranching first, then building. All right, so we want Tom farming, then operating or building. We don't want them digging at all. Then if they've done all of those tasks, they can help haul and tidy. The bat guy is on life support, toggling, tidying, and supplying and storing. We could probably double uptick these now. We don't need somebody specifically on tidying. Actually, let's look at our other one, Ellie. So let's do this backwards. So the bat guy will clean before they do other stuff, and Ellie will do other stuff before they clean. Other than that, we can more or less leave them the same. Life support and toggling double upticked on both of them. You clean and then help store. You store, then help clean. And I like that because she's got the higher skill level anyway, so she'll be able to carry more. Travaldo, cook, then decorate. Don't build. Don't farm. Everything else can be set there. We go into skills. You need grilling. Let's give you the cook hat. Awesome. So we've got a cook and an artist. Tom. Where are we getting your morale from? Great Hall, standard meal, interested skill, 3-shift break, washroom, duplicate barracks, poor decor. What is your agriculture at? 8. Yeah, let's get their agriculture up. And that will do. We might have to bring some of that pickled meal back online, but we've also gained access to a lot of wild food that we didn't have access to before, so that'll be a thing. So normally on an asteroid where we've got lava on the bottom, instead of our base being crammed against the bottom, it's usually more like right here. But since we're on the flipped asteroid, like, this is like a very weird orientation and shape for our core base. But eventually, like I said, we'll branch out and do other things. It's likely I'm going to flip-flop my thought process. We're probably going to end up having our core base somewhere over here, based off of this side wall. We'll wind up moving all of our cold-based farms and ranching over to this side. Well, we're going to need temperature control before we do it, so we're going to leave this preserved. And then we'll use this side's natural shape here to drop magma down into a chamber here for making power. That is going to be a whole thing. All right, so we should be able to crack through the research a lot faster and worry a lot less about our calories actually getting cooked. So as far as power, when we start to run low on coal, what we're going to need to do is tame down this natural gas geyser and this hydrogen geyser. The natural gas geyser is going to be the easier one, but we really need at least one batch of steel to make that doable. It's going to come out at 150 degrees, and everything on our map other than steel is going to overheat before that happens. So it's so weird to have cold be the issue as opposed to heat. They're very different things to approach as well. Smelled flowers. Oh, because we've got floral scents from the bristle blossoms over here. That's pretty friggin' cool, actually. Ooh, you know what I want to do real quick? I want to get a bottle emptier over here so we can just drop polluted water over here. We've got random polluted water kicking about the map in buckets that are off-gassing. We could just dump that over here, because this is where we wind up with a bunch of our random junk water, so... Let the ant farm continue. I'm surprised that Tack hasn't been more invasive. My kitty, he usually comes over and says hi a lot more often. And he has been just chilling. A little bit of a stretch here. Yeah, that coal is looking dangerous. So if we have to, we'll take the fact that we've got a couple of dupes that are focused on hauling, and we'll actually put them running on wheels if we need to get power from somewhere. The wheels only produce 400 apiece, but our wires are not pulling a huge amount. So between a couple of dupes running full-time on the wheels, the little bit of hydrogen we'll have... Yeah, we really need to get us that natural gas geyser. We really need to get some steel going. So it's a good thing that we've got our ranch started. You know what? 9 hatches. We might want to wrangle these hatches down. Keeping them wild is not really serving us. At least the young ones. We're going to have to get somebody into mechatronics engineering soon, because we need to be able to build automation stuff. But yeah, that coal is scary. We've got pockets we can dig out, so we're not like totally up shit's creek without a paddle, but I do want to do something, because I want to be able to leave this hooked up as a backup. So if we build this here... Yeah, so now this one here is bridging onto this. We're using this to get over there, we're using that to get over, but then this one is for priority's sake, so... That means this will prioritize going up to, up the electrolyzer. Yay! So, like I said, tomorrow's RimWorld, we'll be doing this again on Thursday. Hopefully by the end of Thursday, we'll have a little bit more of a semblance of how we're going to deal with mid-game power. We should be able to bang out a whole bunch of research over here for the last bit of stream, as well as next week. Do we have research selected? No research. I'm like, let's get research done, and then I don't select fucking research. What we should get into. Let's get into whatever needs... What else do we need really soon? I'd say let's start researching the Radbolt research so that we can get ourselves into the steam turbine. We've already got the aqua tuner unlocked. We do need to get some steel before that happens. Yeah. So we're basically at the point where we're going to knock out all of the second tier research and start working our way towards the third tier radiation research, which, like I said, is going to be a pain in the ass because we don't have phosphorite, so we can't move the Wheezewort to be able to do it. Our best bet is probably to set up a Radbolt collector over here and do our Radbolt research over here. Or find another method. We don't have any shine bugs on the map. We might have, and I might have killed them because I hate shine bugs to a certain extent. So they can get down here if they want to. Let's get this built. Now, the issue we're having down here with the CO2 is CO2 tends to go down to the right, so this carbon skimmer isn't getting a chance to skim all of it. Also, the carbon skimmer is behind this lip and above, so if we want to get rid of this CO2 more readily, we would need to fill these blocks in up to here, which we could do. I need to put a dropper in. Alright, so we're going to come over here. We're going to tell this thing to drop polluted water in here. We are starting to knock out some of this stuff over here. Yeah, these guys aren't going to like it. We need to fill this in so that we get more of the hydrogen up over here. you have enough water in you to actually batch stuff? I don't think you do. Yeah, too much of this stuff is freezing because of the temperature over here. Usually, it's not too hard to melt out a whole biome with industry, but it's so cold over here with the negative 33 that it's just not going well. Like, our water is freezing into ice and then not getting melted back down. Do we need to cool anywhere down? Because we could build an ore-based aqua tuner if we need to cool places down. We don't really need to cool places down, but we kind of need to heat places up, right? Because an aqua tuner doesn't have to be submerged in water. It just heats up the area around it. To help melt this out, we could put down an aqua tuner here and have it cool this area. I mean, it's a lot of extra pipes to build, but I don't hate that idea. All right, I'm in consideration beard stroke mode over here. This is where we're getting the phosphorite from. And we'll get our first bit of cinnabar ore, which we could make mercury with if we want to. We've got dirt here. We've got... This is where our infectious polluted oxygen vent is. We need this thing for air production once we start running out of water. And it's like just jammed up in this upper left-hand corner, slammed between a magma biome and two cold biomes. And not that it's even that big a deal, because we don't have anything up here that we're overly worried about. The biggest temperature thing that we have to worry about in general is our crops. And grub fruits are good up to 50 degrees, so we don't even have to worry about those too much. The mealwood is at a pretty good temperature. The temperature over here is still kind of helping keep everything chilled, so we're not in a bad spot, realistically. Oh, the baby. Look at the baby hatchling. Hello, baby hatchling. Now, he's 100% wild. So I'm going to move him up here. Basically, one of the eggs hatched in here that was wild, and they got moved into there. We're going to try and keep the wild ones wild. It'll slow down our eggshell production, but... whatever. Wait, we've got 0 kilos of lime. Did we make steel at all? Hold on. We didn't make any steel, but we did crush some eggshells into lime at one point, didn't we? Oh, the lime is in here. That's right. We've got, right? No, I'm crazy. Oh, right. Oh, shit. I need to get that dug out. That's not good. Not good at all. Alright, we need to start taking some of these offline. Having that many calories is wasteful. Up until we have a deep freeze. I'm going to take that many offline for now. These are at 91% grown, so Yeah, let's start bringing the mealwood offline and bringing the grub fruit online. Hydro sensor, utilities, thermo aqua tuner. So, do we want to try and get a thermo aqua tuner stuck in here somewhere and then move that stuff? Thing is like we don't really have anywhere we need to cool off substantially other than over here. And even over here, like, we don't need to cool that off until we get upwards of 70 degrees. Like, none of this stuff will start overheating until we hit 75 degrees, and it's only at 40. So we don't realistically need to do that. How's our breathability? Breathability is phenomenal. Okay. Let's get all of that built over there. You know what, guys? I am going to have to take another restroom break. I was like, yeah, I could do it afterwards, but we've got almost another hour left, so let me not sit here like a balloon ready to pop. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music. I don't think our Be Right Back screen music is working right now, but if it is, that's the guy. Go check him out. Either way, I got to take a break, so hopefully it works. If not, I'll sort it out. It happened because my cat kicked the hard drive. Anyway, I'll see everybody back here in a couple of minutes. I'll try and make it a quick one. Okay, I made that as quick as possible. We're gonna get back in action here. Let's do it. Yeah, it looks like the Twitch, the OBS screens are not working properly at the moment. So I will figure that out. I have it on my list of things to do. Start Be Right Back screen, YouTube simulcast, Jacks for snacks. What the hell is this? Oh, Robu wanted a melee pawn. That's right. Socks, mouse toys. Okay, I got little post-its all over, and then there's a game on this list. Gotcha. I got a lot of stuff to get done. What are you doing down here, Trivaldo? Store copper ore. Oh, okay, yeah, because I told you if you didn't have any cooking to do other things. Fair enough, my dude. Choose a blueprint. Ooh, squash fries. God, we have gotten so many good, like, hauler, supplier people. We've got our cook, who is also our creativity person. I'm not worried about getting a doctor. Anybody can doctor once we decide we need rad pills. If we get somebody who happens to have it, as well as some other stuff, we'll grab it. Supplying, building, rocketry, squeamish, slow learner's a hard no. Agriculture, strength, creativity, not really useful. All right, we're going to take the calories. That's a good amount of calories. That's more than 2 cycles of calories just on its own right there, so... Alright, so the floxes are cycling. The old one gave birth, so that'll die and blah, blah, blah. It is freezing over here, so as these floxes cycle, they should theoretically leave any meat on the ground. Because the meat should freeze up there, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, this hydrogen over here is just like such juicy, juicy power. I really want to get that over here. We could throw in another pump over here, but that seems a little bit redundant. You know what I mean? Like, we could just stick a pump here and have it pumping over here, but then the power that it would make would go towards pumping the it'd be like, it would just be a waste. Just be a waste in general, so, this is such a good spot to theoretically put down fungus, but again, we don't have slime. Because with this lip the way it is, we could just put the fungus in these areas, and then we would have just a little nice layer, and then anything that overflows would just get skimmed, and that would just be awesome. But that's not what happens. That's not how we're doing it. Alright, we got the manual rad bolt generator, which is not going to matter at all. We've got the materials research thing. Yeah. Alright, I think... Alright, so that should prioritize this water through the pump. And we went with insulated pipe here. Because it's still about freezing here. And we are starting to get our grub fruit in. We are starting to get a bit of a backup here. That's not good. Having 2 of these bristleberries is not enough to consume. Oh, that's frustrating. mean, maybe just barely, because this is down to 8.6, 8.5. We really should preemptively deal with that. The question is how. The question is, where do we put more bristleberry that doesn't get in the way? If we put farm tiles in here, it's going to make the room too small. Although we could just move these doors over. Yeah, you know what? That might be the best way to do this. Let's move those doors. Yeah. Alright, we'll do that. And then... bring that over there. Put those there. And then we're going to need a light bulb. Which means we should realistically replace all that. Yay, we're getting things done. I was a little worried about dirt until we got moved over to mostly grub fruits. But now I'm more worried about coal, because we are running a lot of coal. Like, we've got 4.5 tons of copper. I'll probably go a little bit longer on the copper. Everything just freezes right back up. It's crazy. Probably should have made this whole area out of mesh tiles, but whatever. What we'll probably do is finish out this copper, maybe a little less, and then we'll leave steel on, and we won't run this area. There will be a little bit of power leakage from this battery, so these will kick on every once in a blue moon, but something, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, if we put this down here and put the coal up where the liquid dumper is... How far away are we from somebody being a mechatronics engineer? Oof. Now, Thriller over here can be a good digger builder. Alright, I'm going to give you hard digging. Back guy can go into plumbing. Jesus, how did you... Great meal. Alright, we can't guarantee great meal. We could skill scrub Julie. She no longer needs grilling. So, let's actually get ourselves down a skill scrubber. gonna say, let's put that there. We'll have to rerun this wire. The reason I'm trying to get this much copper batched out is we're starting to get to the point where our power needs are going to necessitate conductive wire. Regular wire is only 1,000. Conductive wire is 2,000. So we do want to get that switched out as soon as possible, just because we're going to start pulling way too much power. Then we're going to have overloads. There are going to be sections of the circuit that break. Then we're going to, you know, like all this stuff. We could also centralize our power, put down some transformers up near the industrial area. But that's a whole other thing. Good nap? Good. Naps are awesome. I do love me some nap. Let's mop that up so they don't have soggy feet while they're working. God, it is going to take forever to properly heat up this map. I mean, it's cool. I get it. Cool. Cold. Anyway, I think at this stage of the game, we've got enough control of the temperature that it's better that we have more cold than less cold. And if we have a lot of trouble heating up the map, I will just crack open this hydrogen vent and let 500-degree hydrogen into the base. It'll melt the shit out of everything and give us more power. It's we'll obviously put in fail-safes like a mechanized airlock that I can close and overpressure it, but you know. I like naps. Naps are good. Here's what I think we're going to do. We're going to snip that, and we're going to reconnect this. I want to keep that water flowing. Even though it's in insulated pipes, I don't want it staying in the pipes and accidentally freezing and having to deal with that. So we're going to try and get all this water over here, just like we did before. There's not a lot of it, and we should have plenty of space to move it over here while it still prioritizes going up here. And we'll just reconnect that again, and we'll just keep doing stuff like that until we've got it all dealt with. Meanwhile, we're going to get this sorted out so we can drop this water down and dig out a whole bunch of stuff over here. That coal should help us keep going for a while. Damn, we got barbecue, we got gristleberries. Now, that barbecue should mean... Do we not have... What is going on with the lime? Is there lime in here? Yeah, there's 10 kilos of lime in here. Okay, cool. Refined carbon. I keep forgetting that we need refined carbon. I'm like, why aren't we making steel? We don't have refined carbon. Let's get that in there and start helping with that situation. Which sucks, because that's going to eat into our coal supplies. Oof. I guess it's good that we got hatch ranches going then, because... Oh. Delete that, and then copy settings here, paste settings there. Perfect. Oh, they can't reach that. I mean, we could theoretically just run one along here, but then all that hydrogen would be trapped, and I'm willing to do this. I don't know why I'm willing to do this, because I'm an insane person, I suppose, but... You're the best. I'm trying. 125. Alright, let's do a ton of refined carbon. That should be plenty for a while, and that will help heat up this area and melt some things out. Remember I said we were going to have to move our pump, though? We now have to move our pump. Probably should do insulated. Barb, are you still playing? This seed? We're up to 7 dupes. We're ranching, or we got a ranch started. We have grub fruits planted. We finished ripping this out and consolidating that water. We've got an electrolyzer. I guess not. I don't know. Yes and no. You don't have to should be anything. You know, if you want to play, play. If you don't want to play, don't play. Easy peasy. You missed the point where Nether is now more comfortable on a 2 and a 3. Creativity, agriculture. We kind of, I guess, if we're going to bring on, I'd be willing to bring on one more really good dupe and nothing beyond that for quite a time. We've got a cook who can also decorate. We've got a researcher. We've got builders. We've got suppliers and haulers. I mean, realistically, I think, like, a really badass mechatronics engineer. I mean, theoretically, we can get, I think, Devo into mechatronics engineering, but... might as well get you into that for the improved strength. Julie, we are going to be skill scrubbing, right? Yeah. Three World, if you actually want me to play this game. Ah, yeah. I'm going to be happy to if you want. My first word of advice is for at least the first 50 to 100 cycles, don't hit 2 or 3. Well, yeah, I know. It will be nice to get this water cleared out of over here. If we're concerned with coal, which I am concerned with coal, let's do that. That is reachable from where we... Nope, 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 because there's water there. I don't want to get that spilled just yet. Pickled meal, muck root, grub fruit preserve, squash fries, nutrient bar, barbecue, grub fruit, meal ice. I think... Let's try to get, like, fully switched over to grub fruit. We almost got our dupes scalded because I forgot about hot abyssalite interacting with gases, but, you know. Other than that, nothing crazy. Actually, let's corner build that stuff. That way I can remove these tiles. Overload damage. Remember that part where I said we need to switch over to conductive wire? Doesn't give her science. Well, could get her science out to there. What is your science at as is? 11? What else could we give Julie? I guess improved tinkering? Yeah. So Julie's probably going to be our first mechatronics engineer. Which makes sense because of their priorities. All right, so Julie's priorities. Let's make sure... Yeah, researching, then operating. That's perfect. Now, since we no longer are running... Yeah, the skill scrubber is what put us over on overload damage. That natural gas geyser. We legitimately might have to just crack that open and, like, do a similar filtration system as the hydrogen. Just keeping an eye on these guys over here. Ah, the ant farm. Let's drink some water. It's almost dinner time. Yay, dinner. Got to go shopping first, but definitely looking forward to dinner. I love food. Yeah, me too. We have so much cold to use. Like, all the stuff that produces heat is usually like, oh shit, we're making too much heat. Oh shit, we're making too much heat. On this map, it's like, well, if this gets too hot, we'll just crack this open and let some of that cold in. It's kind of nice because it's just the right amount, because we never really hit a spot where it's like, shit, it's too cold to farm. It's too cold to farm. And we've never really hit a spot where it's too hot to do anything other than this shenanigans up here. And now we can delete those 2 tiles, and we can dig that out. And it's nice to see that our water is starting to get properly consolidated. I know we don't have, like... I don't know what I was going to say, but, you know, it's doing things. We got stuff going. Okay, so now... let's start digging this out now. I'm tempted to put a second carbon skimmer over here. I mean, there are other ways around it. Like, theoretically, we could, like, build the tiles up to here and then put a layer of airflow tiles across here, and then the carbon would actually be able to float across, but that's just a little too much. Oh, we need iron. That's right. Expanded down. You expanded up. In the playthrough? Right by the place you broke is my nature reserve. Oh, okay. I didn't do the nature reserve this time around. I was like, man, I didn't think about it, and then you mentioned it, and I'm like, do I want to try and force it now? And I'm like, nah. Eventually, I'll get pips, and I'll make it happen. My people are specialized enough at this point. I think I'm gonna push more for mood from food. We're gonna try and do mixed berry pie as our end game food on this map, which is spindly grub fruit, gristleberry, and sleet wheat. Because we've got plenty of sleet wheat, we've got plenty of spindly grub fruit, and once we can clear out the magma, we've got a sulfur geyser up here. The fact that it's in the magma annoys the ever-living shit out of me, but, you know. Every other time I've had a sulfur geyser, I'm like, man, worthless geyser, let's not even think about it. The one time I want to use the sulfur geyser, and, it's locked into magma. Like, every time I've ever had a sulfur geyser, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty worthless. We're not going to use it for anything. It's hot. It's blah, blah, blah. But with the amount of cold we have, I could legitimately just, like, let's say this magma wasn't here. I could just open that geyser and let it pour into these cold biomes. And for, like, a long-ass time, it would just, like, melt the cold biomes and make solid sulfur for us. Which we could then feed to the spindly grub fruit. Alright, now all of that can get destroyed. That can get destroyed. That can go. Go. Alright, hang on. Let's cancel that stuff. Has no idea where he wants to go. Okay, so let's slow down just a touch here. We got to figure out a way. Where are you going? Coal. Whatever. We need to dig all this stuff out, but there's just too much CO2 down here. What can we do to deal with that? I don't know. That might have to be future Nether's problem. Actually, we could start digging that out. We can start letting all of this polluted water... Actually, let's not get too carried away. I think we're going to start a little bit of a junk water tank down here. Yeah. Not right this second, but that's going to be the plan. We'll get this stuff dug out and swept, and then we'll start coming up through here and letting all of this random water drop down. And then if we need to... Oh, shit. That you're not... I'm just recycling water around on itself. And then when we need to, we can start filtering it out. And that'll also mean we could just bring a ladder up through here to gain access to the sleet wheat that's growing up here. We've got a bunch of sleet wheat just kicking about, so that'll be good. And we could try and get up to this plume squash and this mammoth as well. A lot of stuff we need to do on this playthrough. Okay, anything we got to get done in the last couple of minutes here? Or last minute? Actually, we're just about done. There's no more last minutes. All right, anything we need to set so that future Nether doesn't lose his mind? Bathrooms are sorted out. Power is going. We've got a little bit more coal now that we've dug some stuff out. So when we come back on Thursday, one of the first things we're going to do is find a way to deal with this carbon dioxide. I don't want to have to put a second carbon skimmer over here, but we might have to just for the time being. Is that going to be too much of a pain in the ass? It's going to be a huge pain in the ass. We're going to have some whole convoluted pipe system. Okay, like I said, that'll be a problem for future Nether. I'm going to stop the YouTube recording here, and let's raid out over to somebody on Twitch. All right, let's see what we got. Don't care about that. Let's do this. What's everybody playing? Julie's playing Terraria. Oh, she's got the be right back screen up. Oh, her world looks awesome though. You know what? Even though she wait. Well, she's back. She's back. So let's go right over to Julie and say hi. Julie Pixels. Let's go say hi to Julie. Thank you guys for hanging out. Tomorrow's going to be RimWorld. I won't really be around too much tonight because I've got dinner plans. But Thursday we'll be doing more Ani if you're specifically here for Ani. And we'll get a whole bunch more done in that colony as well as our other games. Thanks for chilling, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Be well. I will see you tomorrow. Bye.